investing. Right?
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. President Trump will meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu at the White House today. The focus expected to be on a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Joining us right now for more on all of it, Dan Senor. He's the former policy advisor in the Bush administration, a host of the podcast Call Me Back. What do you think is going to happen today? And what do you think's really, where are the fault lines in this conversation?
I think that what we are going to see this week is how much is possible once the biggest threat to all U.S. allies and U.S. interests in the Middle East is severely weakened, which is Iran. Up until now, there was this ring of fire around Israel, this what we call the Seven Front War. There was pressure on the Gulf states, the Sunni Gulf states in the region. There was pressure on the U.S. There was pressure on international shipping. We all know all of this. The head of the snake was Iran. And for the first time, people have been talking for decades. President Trump has been talking about it now for about a decade. Prime Minister Netanyahu has been talking about it for almost 4 decades, that until you deal with Iran, you can't deal with the region. This is the first time since at least I've been following Middle East affairs that Iran is really severely on its back foot, and then opportunities open up. So what could those opportunities be? First of all, a possible ceasefire deal. I do think we're going to make Israel and its mediators that are right now negotiating in Doha are going to make real progress on that. I don't know if they'll be able to announce it this week, but I think, because I think there's some important details still being worked out. But
what do you think those details are that are at odds?
What is clear that there's real movement on is the possibility for some kind of ceasefire for about 60 days, in which Israel would get back 10 living hostages, approximately, and somewhere in the range of 18 of the deceased hostages that were killed, the bodies. And then the question is, and then some Palestinian prisoners would be released from Israeli prisons. Then the question is, what obligations that will Israel have in the deal to get more humanitarian aid? Going to be on a path towards the conflict actually ending, the war ending. Israel's actually committing in this 60-day process. At the end of the process, they're going to be on a path to ending the war. And then what Netanyahu said before he left Israel yesterday is, if that's the case, Hamas cannot remain in power. So that is like the big issue, and I think they're negotiating that, and Hamas is looking for some kind of commitment from Trump that if they begin this process and it's a phased release, some hostages get released, that it actually continues and it just doesn't stall before they get to the end of the ceasefire. So, but I want to say, I also think look out for news about normalization between Israel and some other country in the region. I think we are going to see. I don't think it's going to be Saudi. No, it won't be Saudi yet. I think keep an eye on Syria. Okay. I think we're going to. I think the Abraham Accords now are going to get new life. The first time they've gotten real life since they were originally signed in 2020, where new parties will be coming in, partly because the region is now not living under this hegemon. There's possible hegemon, which was Iran.
October 7th was a reaction to that and trying to prevent Saudi Arabia from coming in. What's the reaction to more countries coming in? Does it push through at this point?
Yeah, I think that if you're Yahya Sinwar, the architect of October 7th, on October 6th, if you had told him the night before the operation that you're going to launch this war against Israel, and in less than 2 years, Iran's entire proxy system in the region that Iran had been investing years and billions of dollars in is going to be collapsed. Hamas largely wiped out, Hezbollah totally wiped out. The Assad regime, which was a proxy state of Iran's, had been in power for 53 years, collapsed. Houthis still a nuisance, but not like this persistent threat. These militias in Iraq and elsewhere in the region severely weakened. I think Sinwar would have been told, stand down. He would have been told by Tehran, don't do it.
So tell me,
it's not worth it. Oh, by the way, at the end of this process, more countries will be normalizing with Israel, not fewer. And Saudi Arabia, I don't think Saudi Arabia is imminent, but I think the direction of travel is only going in one direction, which is I think Saudi and Israel are ultimately going to normalize.
What do you know or assume about the
capabilities?
Just based on the following.
Why
One,
don't you know more? You've got contacts with everybody in Israel. Doesn't the Mossad know?
well,
not that you would know automatically,
yeah.
but someone
let me explain. I think that if you look at the what the inputs that go into building a nuclear bomb, right? You need the expertise, the nuclear scientists.
Right.
You need the infrastructure. You need the facilities, Fordo, and then you need the ingredients, the enriched uranium, the highly enriched uranium. We know many, not all, but many of the scientists in Israel have been killed, so the knowledge has been systematically wiped out. We know the infrastructure has been decimated. The question is some of the ingredients, like this highly enriched uranium.
We know the infrastructure was decimated.
Yes.
Because we hear obliterated or...
Yeah, the infrastructure was. The question is, did they get out some 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium and move it somewhere else?
But you think that the buildings 300 feet down were destroyed?
Yeah, I mean, to the point that they can't be used anytime soon. And keep in mind, the centrifuges in those facilities that are used to enrich the uranium are highly, highly fragile. They're highly delicate.
Yeah.
Every nuclear physicist you talk to says they are susceptible to the least bit of vibration. The moment they are subject to a little bit of vibration, when people walk into these facilities, they're like on tippy toes because they don't want to damage these things. The idea that you drop what was the equivalent, the U.S. dropped what was the equivalent of like a third of what it dropped on Hiroshima. I'm not exaggerating. I think let's just say there's probably a little bit of vibration.
Right. Dan, what did you make, though, of those reports of internal analyses, I should say, that suggested the worst-case scenario was that we actually didn't get it?
I think that scenario means that they're probably months away versus years away. Look, my view on this is the Iran operation, both Israel's role and the U.S. role, accomplished two things. First of all, at a minimum, it set back Iran's nuclear program. We can debate whether or not it's months or years. It was set back. And the IAEA, the Europeans, and the U.S. all believed they were weeks away from being able to dash to a bomb and possibly days. So no matter what, I think this was a success on that front. The second thing is it demonstrated to the world that Iran is crawling with Mossad operatives. Israel's intelligence in Iran is extraordinary. So now, and so you think about it, Iran doesn't have a conventional military anymore to speak of. It's lost its proxy system, which is how it was wreaking havoc, is that the regime doesn't fall and actually, which is something the Trump administration is talking about, is Israel, the U.S., and Iran negotiate some kind of deal that is like a version of the JCPOA, except not with the regime on the march, but a regime that is severely weakened. So it's actually a deal that's favorable to those interests that are fighting against proliferation. The third scenario is neither of those two, and it's just a weakened regime. Think of a country like Yemen or Oman, just no longer the threat, the menace it was in the region, just like a weak regime kind of limping along inside the Middle East. Any one of those scenarios is preferable to what
how
the
does
U.S.
that change the
and
dynamic?
Israel's been living with for the last
therefore, then how do you think the Gaza situation resolves? I don't even know what the word resolves means in this context.
Yeah, I think the I think the success in Iran is an inflection point for Israel to basically declare victory in this seven-front war. It's not to say it doesn't have to be on guard. It doesn't mean it doesn't have to be alert. It doesn't mean it doesn't have to take military action from time to time in the region, including in Gaza. But it's an inflection point for Israel now to make some meaningful, take some meaningful steps to winding down. The real question, Israel's going to maintain a security presence in Gaza no matter what. Okay, it's not going to reoccupy Gaza, but Israel. Even Hamas is acknowledging that Israel's going to have to stay in the Philadelphia corridor. The question is, who's going to run the civilian government in Gaza? And that's not clear yet. I do not believe an Arab country is going to step in, and I don't think the Israelis are going to accept the Palestinian Authority. So is there someone else who can step up and kind of run civilian affairs?
Okay, future of Bibi Netanyahu as the leader of Israel.
Look, he doesn't have to go to elections before the deadline is October of 2026. I think he's in a much stronger position today than he was before. I think if I had to predict today, he will go to elections, not immediately, by the way. He'll go, there's this talk that he would go to elections soon after the Iran operation. I don't think he'll go soon. I think he will wait, because even if he goes to elections, it takes 3 months before the election actually happens. A lot can happen between now and then, whereas right now he's a pretty stable government. But when he goes to elections, I think he will make the elections about normalization with Saudi Arabia, that he's the person who quote unquote defeated Iran.
So when do you think
and
that
he's the one who could normalize with
So
Saudi
when does
Arabia.
that happen?
I mean, when would the normalization happen, or the election?
The election.
Sometime, in the next year. But I would say on the outer end of that. Like, I think he's not going to call elections for a while. I don't think he's in a rush to call elections. I think he's in a pretty strong position right now, and he's got a pretty stable government. No need for him to rush to elections, but the elections will be about normalization of Saudi Arabia, which means if he's elected, I think his government would look a lot different than his government today. It would not be as hardline and right-wing as it is today.
Dan, thank you. Fascinating.
All right, when we come back, we do have two big interviews coming up, both in the next hour. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will be joining us at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, less than 15 minutes from now. And New York City Mayor Eric Adams coming up at 8:30 a.m. Squawk Box will be right back.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing across all your benefits and savings options, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
They really know how to put two and two together. Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
It's about political points.
Deserve better fiscal
It's terrible. Politics seeps into everything.
What do you mean? Talk about climate change or the economy or, of course, elections.
You can't find out what we should really expect to happen.
But of course you can.
Go to IBKR's Forecast Trader.
Put your money where your mouth is.
This is a meal. Of all the pairings, you picked the same two on your first date meal?
Is this weird?
Now it is. It wasn't.
Pick your You Pick Two meal. It just meals good at Panera.
Out here in West Virginia, beyond the screens and the city noise, there's a place you can shake off your worries and find space to reconnect to what matters. Follow your wanderlust to our waterfalls. Ride wild rivers to small towns full of history, or slow down and just breathe in beauty. Find your almost heaven at WV Tourism.
And coming up, America's deficit reckoning, analyses of President Trump's budget plan and how it could impact the market and the economy. And then we'll talk more about this with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, our special guest, on trade talks, tariff deadlines, big beautiful bill, taxes, all that at 8 a.m. Eastern. Squawk Box coming right back.
Bigger isn't always better. Smaller AI models can deliver the right results and help reduce AI costs up to 90%. Be AI built for business. IBM.
At Public Rec, we develop premium performance fabrics that are built to last and hard to live without. Our Daymaker pants, with their various sizing options, are designed to fit your life's moments. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made these $15 bills. You know, it's green, Mint saves you money, maybe my face is on it, maybe the back of my head as well. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial here, and now I have a lot of counterfeit money to burn.
This is a story about the one who can fix nearly anything, and turns to Grainger, who has almost everything. He troubleshoots issues, maintains the facility, and keeps it all on track. Few may see him put the work in, but when they see the results, they know he's the one who keeps the doors open. The high-quality industrial products you need, plus a million more. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Light. It guides our every waking moment. What we do and how we do it. But the amount of light we need can change in an instant. And when it does, you can control it. 3-day blinds. Find the light for your life. Visit 3dayblinds.com to get started.
You stand at the forefront of building materials.
Today, Amrize becomes the partner of choice for the professional builder of North America with our advanced granite solutions from foundation to rooftop.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. President Trump's budget plan sparking some concerns about adding trillions to the deficit over the next decade. Leslie Picker joins us right now with more on America's deficit reckoning. This is a special report exploring the consequences of letting America's fiscal health worsen. Leslie, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. Thank you. Our focus here is not how to fix the deficit, but its consequences. Independent analyses have said the new budget plan will add trillions of dollars to the deficit over the next 10 years. The White House has disputed those figures, and the bond market remains in wait-and-see mode. Already, though, America's deficit is more than 6% of GDP. That's about 63% higher than the average level from the past 50 years. Former Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin, who we interviewed before this latest tax and spending plan passed, said we are on the, quote, cusp of this uncharted territory we've never been in before. Given, though, that the U.S. can't really go bankrupt, I asked him what a debt crisis would even look like. Why should anyone care?
Well, nobody knows what it looks like. We haven't had one of those. But I think what it looks like is rapidly escalating interest rates, a deep concern about our economy and our markets and interest rates around the world. Instead of global capital coming into the country, which it has now for such a long, long period of time, global capital moving out of the country. And then a very serious, at least potentially, a very serious adverse effect because of all of that on our economy, on growth, on standards of living, and the economic well-being of average Americans.
So-called monetizing the debt or printing additional dollars to ensure that the U.S. makes its payments would have far-reaching implications on the markets, the economy, and even international relations. To learn more, watch our full special report, America's Deficit Reckoning, which you can find at cnbc.com/deficit reckoning or by following and listening to Squawk Pod wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, Leslie, stay right here. We want to bring in another voice to this conversation as well. Peter Bookvar is the Chief Investment Officer at Bleakley Advisory Group. He's also a CNBC contributor. And let's start with just a couple of points. First of all, yields right now in the Treasury market are pretty calm. No serious concern about this. In fact, equities were higher on the idea that this would actually boost growth. Where do you come down on that, Peter?
Well, it's one of those situations that it doesn't matter until it does. I try to figure out, okay, when does it start to matter? It may not start directly in the Treasury market. Maybe it shows up in the dollar. Maybe it shows up in what we've seen in the price of gold that investors are beginning to question. Now, domestic investors have actually been given a gift with higher interest rates because more and more over the past 10 years, the U.S. deficit has been financed by U.S. domestic buyers, whether that's the saver, whether that's the Fed, whether that's the banking system. The foreign ownership of U.S. Treasuries has gone to about from 50% 10 years ago down to 30. So it's a question of how do they behave in response to our deficits. But it's not just us that has the issue. Japan has an issue. The UK has an issue. And this global bond police is driving around the world's neighborhoods, not just in the U.S. So yes, will it matter at some point? But maybe it's just reflected in other things before there is a response in the Treasury market.
Obviously, running a big deficit like this, big problem, 6.2%. It's one that we've built up over a lot of time. Leslie, I'll ask you what you heard from people about whether they thought this tax bill should get passed. And then, Peter, what you think would have happened if the tax bill didn't get extended?
Well, I think most people who are considering themselves deficit hawks would say that this was a good opportunity to find a way to really chip away at the deficit in more of a pure play fashion, kind of similar to the conversation we had with former Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin, where in the 90s they really went kind of line by line in the budget to see what was the best way to kind of be more fiscally disciplined. Most people we talk to, though, and I think it's important to note this, that they don't want necessarily a balanced budget. Nobody really wants to pay off all of our debt. The importance is really reining it in so it doesn't start to crowd out other areas. It doesn't create a situation down the road. And when we say down the road, this could be anywhere from next month to 20 years from now. To Peter's point, we don't know kind of when this could be an issue, when this exactly will create some sort of confidence problem here, that they say that basically it's important to do things prudently so that you don't risk finding out what happens.
Peter, you think it would have been a disaster if the tax cuts didn't get extended?
And you also point out that saying you're blowing out the deficit by not including, okay, if you didn't pass the tax cuts, how much of the $3 trillion that is forecast would we not be talking about? Not passing the tax cut, most of that is not if you hadn't passed the tax cut. So you're adding in something that everyone assumed was going to happen. So it's almost a faux addition to the debt that we're talking about here. It's almost like the Medicaid cuts. A 20% increase over 10 years in Medicaid is not a cut. And that's what we're talking about.
Exactly. All we're doing is extending existing tax rates. And we don't have a tax problem. 17% of GDP is tax revenue, and it's been that way, give or take, for decades. It's that spending is now 24% of GDP versus 20. That is the big problem. And that's why the CBO, I know it's very easy for people to say, okay, well, the CBO says, yes, if the tax cuts weren't extended, this is what would happen. But if they were not extended, the economy would tank. Because right now, what I see in the first half of this year, the economy has slowed on average in the first 2 quarters. And you've got to merge Q1 and Q2 together because of the sort of timing impacts of tariffs and the behavior pull forward and thereafter. And we're only growing around 1%. And therefore, having those tax cuts expire would have been a mess.
Is there, and we're going to have Scott Besson on. I know he's ready. I'm going to ask him the same question, and it's you know, heads explode when I ask this. But is there any way that there's a better deficit, that one deficit is better than another? And the point I'm making is, if it's a tax cut caused deficit, is that better than a spending caused deficit? And I think at least there's hope that there could be some growth spawned by the tax cut. Neither one, I don't like either one. I wish we could cut a lot more spend. But is there any way that this could end up not being a $3 trillion add-on to the debt?
Yes. And yeah, the growth key part is the most important. But on the spending side, 85% of government spending of the $7 trillion is all the non-discretionary stuff. And then you add in, obviously, interest expense and defense and stuff. You know, it's all about just slowing the rate of growth of spending. There's no cuts in spending. It's just tweaking it to a slower rate and hoping economic growth on the tax receipt side. See, that's the biggest risk, is if the economy goes into recession, if, of course, not making an opinion, but I'm saying if, then that budget deficit goes to 10%. Because that's when tax receipts really falter. So that's, to your point, Joe, economic growth is so crucial here in generating it.
Peter, thank you. And Leslie, thank you. We look forward to that.
I wish you, when you were doing this, I just would have done this report like 4 years ago?
I know.
3 years ago? 2 years ago?
Last week? 2 weeks ago?
Right. And Ruben was actually, everything that he was saying was before this latest big, beautiful bill was passed.
Right. We've been working on this for about 5 months. We have a dozen of interviews for the project. So it's clearly a prescient issue and one that will exist
and then
for a while.
The only other thing I was saying, okay, the bond market is in wait-and-see mode. The bond market is pretty damn smart and pretty far out in front of a lot of these things. So is it really in wait-and-see mode, or has it already factored in everything that's available where we are right now, and it still puts the 10-year at 4.30, not 5 or 6%?
I think some days the Treasury market, and I'll talk about the long end. Who cares about the short end, because that's just fed and manipulated. The long end, some days it trades off what they think about growth. Some days it trades off because there's an auction that didn't go so well. Some days it trades off to future deficit concerns. I think over time, long end rates are going to go higher, but that's going to be also a global thing as well. Because some days the U.S. Treasury market's going to trade off where the gilt yield went or where the JGB yield went because of worries about their debts and deficits.
Okay. Thank you both. We appreciate it. All right, it is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the futures this morning are, at this point, a little bit weaker for actually a mixed picture. Dow futures are up slightly. The S&P futures are down by 15. The NASDAQ off by 86.
And join us now for the latest on tariffs and the recently passed budget bill and more. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Mr. Secretary, thanks for joining us. I don't know how much you could necessarily hear of our last conversation. We definitely want to talk trade, tariffs, and all of the above, but let's keep the discussion going about the big, beautiful bill, deficit concerns, debt concerns. You have made the argument in the past that this will address the deficit, and you see deficits in future years coming down from whatever it is, 6% of GDP. How do you argue that that's going to happen? Tell us again.
Well, good morning, Joe. And look, we inherited a mess, and I'm not sure where all these deficit hawks were when the Team Biden was blowing out the deficit. So last year was 6.7% of GDP, which was the highest it had been when we weren't in a recession, weren't at war. And as your previous guest said, we don't have a tax collection problem, we have a spending problem, and we are trying to get that under control. We are also trying to accelerate growth because changing the growth trajectory upward solves a lot of the deficit problems.
Mr. Secretary, I asked the question that not all deficit spending is equal. I don't think. And would you argue that if a deficit resulted from lower tax rates or from extending the tax cuts, whatever you want to call it, if it can cause some growth, is that superior to the deficit, or is it less deleterious than the deficit you get just from Green New Deals or IRAs or whatever you're talking about, the government, just transfer payments and the like?
Well, Joe, you're exactly right. Does the spending create more growth, and is the GDP growing faster than the deficit? One of the things that I agreed with Secretary Yellen on, the important number is the debt to GDP, and we intend to bring that down. We also intend we cut spending. On the IRA, there's substantial pullbacks. A lot of those were uneconomical, stranded assets, and the Trump economic agenda, as I've said many times, it's a three-legged stool. It's trade, it's tax, and it's deregulation. So, I also believe that the substantial amount of deregulation that we're doing is going to accelerate economic growth. And the important thing, too, is we're going to have economic growth in a non-inflationary manner, unlike we saw in the previous 4 years.
Okay, let's move on to trade, and it's amazing how quickly things move. I know yesterday you said by Wednesday we might have a couple of more deals to announce. I know it's Monday, it's not even 9 o'clock yet. Can you give us any idea whether that's likely? Is India, is that in the mix? Can you break any news for us here that something's going to happen in the next 48 hours?
Yeah, we are going to have several announcements in the next
Order
48 hours.
filled.
And, Joe, I think what President
Order
Trump
submitted.
is concerned about is the quality of the deals, not the quantity. As you could imagine, as he started herding the cats and trying to get everyone across the finish line, when he said that there's a chance that countries could boomerang back to their April 2nd reciprocal tariff levels, we've had a lot of people change their tune in terms of negotiations. So my mailbox was full last night with a lot of new offers, a lot of new proposals. So it's going to be a busy couple of days. But importantly, too, that President Trump has said that the countries would not go back to the reciprocal rate until August 1st.
Mr. Secretary, question on behalf of a number of viewers who are in business importing things from Vietnam, and they want to know the following. They say this 20%, is that on top of existing duties? Is it 20% overall? What is the actual number? Because I think there's a lot of folks who are still confused or trying to do some planning here.
Andrew, 20% overall.
20% overall. So there's nothing that's not tacked on to something else before that.
No, this supersedes all the other tariffs. Now, there may still be some of the 232 tariffs for specific industries, but in terms of generalized, it's 20%.
Mr. Secretary, I think you took, or at least it was interpreted, there was a softer tone on what's going to be included in the letters that go out on Wednesday. What can we expect? What are they? Is it ultimatums and the president's way or the highway with some of these numbers, or are there details on I don't know, sort of staking out positions and letting these countries know what where they have more work to do?
No, they're pretty standard letters, Joe. It's just thank you for wanting to trade with the United States of America. We welcome you as a trading partner, and here's the rate, unless you want to come back and try to negotiate.
The one thing I've noticed that a lot of people that don't want any tariffs and are the most critical of the entire approach to trade are the ones that seem most disappointed when the president doesn't follow through on the tariffs that he's promised. So when it appears that he's trying to do deals and trying to, I don't know, negotiate from a position of strength, they're the first ones to criticize him for not following through with the really draconian tariffs that we all hope doesn't come to pass.
Well, Joe, as I've said over the past few weeks, TDS, which used to mean Trump derangement syndrome, has turned into tariff derangement syndrome. And this same group was pulling for the economy to slow, for inflation to pop up. None of that has happened. None of that has happened. And as a matter of fact, we're taking in substantial tariff income, which I don't like the CBO scoring, but some Democrat made the mistake of asking the CBO to score tariffs. And over the 10-year window, that's $2.8 trillion based on the current deals. And I can tell you that the deals that are coming out will be slightly higher than that. So again, I don't like CBO scoring, but $2.83 trillion over the 10-year window substantially eases the deficit.
Mr. Secretary, you are an incredibly busy man. I think your portfolio is more expansive than any Treasury Secretary I recall ever seeing. I just wonder, what job do you think is more important to the markets, to the economy? Would it be Treasury Secretary or Chairman of the Federal Reserve?
Look, they're both very important jobs. I am busy as Treasury Secretary. Becky, I think you're asking which is more important for me to do?
I am.
Okay. Look, I will do what the president wants, but I think that we are making great gains here at Treasury. We've had a busy 5-6 months out of the blocks, and we've got a lot to do. Passing the one big beautiful bill on July 4th was an incredible achievement by the president, by Speaker Johnson, by Leader Thune, but now Treasury is tasked with the implementation.
Mr. Secretary, as you think about interest rates, we've heard from the president talking about what he would describe as too late Powell. Powell is not going to be in this job in a year from now, no matter what. And one of the conversations we had with Steve Leisman last week was the idea that maybe the market has already built in almost the shadow Fed idea that you raised about a year ago before the election in terms of how the market thinks. Do you think that interest rates, to the extent they have been kept down, irrespective of what the Fed is doing, or at least the expectations of what the market thinks, is a function of that?
Well, Andrew, you know, I always say markets live in the future, and I think markets may be pricing in that perhaps the president's right, that rates should be lower. You know, I would say that the market's pricing in lower, I think it's 2 cuts for the rest of the year, and then the 2-year, the overnight and the 2-year are inverted. So maybe the market's just pricing in the economic fundamentals, and sure, is a different Fed chair is a kind of forward guidance, but as I reiterate to people all the time, it's not just the Fed chair, it's a committee.
By the way, what are your lunches like with Jay Powell these days?
Well, it's breakfast, and we have a lively exchange. We do a home game and away game. He comes to Treasury, I go to the Fed. The Fed's food is much better, so I enjoy breakfast over there. And that we have very lively and far-reaching discussions with a lot of mutual respect.
They can spend as much money as they want on breakfast at the Fed. They're printing. I mean, it's like it's like anything goes. It's like you know.
They're not worried about egg prices over there.
Are people actually leaving tariff offers for you on your voicemail, or was that?
They're coming in a lot of different ways, Becky.
Fast and furious.
Yeah. You're at this point, you're still Treasury Secretary, so I need to ask you about the dollar. And it actually is sort of an issue that, you know, the markets are at new highs, equity markets, the bond market has been behaved after the big, beautiful bill. But people looking to nitpick or looking for something to really be concerned about, talk about the dollar's behavior since the beginning of the year. I think it's the worst start of a year in 30, 40, 50 years. Was it overvalued, Mr. Secretary? Was this long due? And given the recalibration in global trade the president's trying to effect, is this to be expected and actually welcomed?
Oh, well, Joe, you know, I was in the investment business 30, 40 years, and more than half my gains came from currency. So I think I have a good box to stand on here when I talk about currencies. And I can tell you that it's natural for currencies to go up and down. And you know, what we've seen is not out of the ordinary, maybe the speed with which it happened. But you know, again, these days things seem to happen much faster. After the bottom in the stock markets on April 9th, we had the fastest recovery from a 15% drawdown in history. And I would point to President Trump's first term. Over the first year, the dollar went down about 7%. When Tax Cuts and Jobs Act were passed in December, then over the ensuing few years, the dollar went up. And the value of the dollar, it could mean that other countries' currencies are strengthening. The index that you're referring to is the DXY. The largest component of that is the euro. And one would expect that the euro would appreciate given the fiscal spend that we are seeing coming out of Europe, especially on defense and especially from Germany. The other thing that's happened, we have seen a substantial depreciation in the Chinese currency, the RMB, versus the euro. So I believe that's down about 11.5% on the year, and it's just hit an all-time low. So, you know, I don't see people waving their hands in the air about the Chinese currency depreciating.
Mr. Secretary, I wanted to ask you about China. About a week ago, President Trump referred to a potential deal over TikTok in the next 2 weeks. Some people looked at that and said, That's an interesting chess piece as part of the larger negotiation with China. What is the timeline at this point with China? Can you give us any sort of sense of how things are going there?
Andrew, one of the things that's not in my portfolio is TikTok, so I can't speak to that directly. What I can speak to is I'm going to be meeting with my Chinese counterpart sometime in the next couple of weeks. We had good meetings in Geneva, in London. We both approached it with great respect, the two largest economies. And I think there are things for us to do together if the Chinese want to do it. So, we will discuss whether we are able to move beyond trade into other areas.
Secretary, I know you have to leave. I was kind of clumsy in asking my question about just trying to talk about different types of deficits. Judy Shelton, I don't know what happens with the Fed. I don't know who's there in a year, but this is pretty eloquent. She sent this in. This has been one of her Wall Street Journal pieces. There is a difference between government overspending, which borrows from the future to pay for current consumption, and tax-cutting incentives now to spur more production down the road. Government borrowing to finance socialist redistribution isn't the same as government borrowing to invest in entrepreneurial capitalism. That's pretty well said. I might tweet that out. You're free to tweet that out if you want to.
Okay, and Joe, the other thing too is that I think in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which was made permanent, is the 100% expensing of
That's not talked about much.
Which is very powerful. We also have a 5-year window for 100% expensing for factory structures and agriculture structures. So, to take a tax hit on that is really, you're really winding the spring, and you are creating high after-tax returns on capital, which increase productivity, which is what makes countries rich.
Very good. Let us know. We're here if you want to get it out. I think we count as disclosure, don't we? We count as fair disclosure. If you're leaving now and you get something in your email box or something, just call us back. Will you do that, Mr. Secretary? Let us know.
After
Maybe
the
not.
president, Joe, you'll be my second call.
Right. There you go.
That's not bad. Thank you, Secretary Bessent. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you all.
Okay, coming up, Elon Musk saying he's launching a political party to compete against the Republican and Democratic parties. The announcement sending Tesla shares lower in the pre-market this morning. And then New York City Mayor Eric Adams is going to join us right here on Squawk. We're going to ask him about the surge in popularity of his opponent, Zohran Mamdani, and much more. Squawk Box coming right back.
Through security so fast, the agents applaud. Your travel itineraries are so well written, they're on the bestseller list. And you have access to lounges that don't officially exist. That's why you rent with National, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on the Emerald Isle.
Order
because
filled.
travel isn't
Order
competition.
Order submitted.
Except that it is. And you're winning.
The stock market is in chaos.
Order submitted.
And you need to take action now.
Order
My name
filled.
is Mark Chaikin.
Order
I
submitted.
got my broker's license in 1966. I've invested through 9 recessions, several massive market panics, and many bull markets. Today I have a warning. During volatile market moves like the one we're in now, most people freeze up. They just hope everything will get magically better.
Order
and it's a
filled.
recipe for disaster. You need a big picture plan, and you need to
Order
take specific
filled.
action
Order
starting
filled.
today. My new briefing lays out what we expect to happen in the markets this year and in 2026 as well. This research is based on the market cycle that helped me call the bear markets of 2018 and 2022 and the roaring bull markets in both 2023 and 2024. Visit the website on your screen to see my detailed briefing in full.
You see so many different ads for, trade schools and all these different places you can go.
Order
but I think
submitted.
BTI was definitely the biggest one that wanted me to succeed and had all the resources to help me succeed.
Order filled.
Here you get the opportunity to learn about a trade and what you want to do in life, and also about, you know, pushing yourself and being a better person and growing up and being a part of society.
Tesla shareholders not feeling Elon Musk's announcement that he would form a new political party called America Party. CNBC's Phil LeBeau is here to talk about that move and the investor reaction, which right now, Phil, shares of Tesla down by 5.8%.
Understandable, because I think a lot of people are saying, what's he doing? Where's he going with this? And Tesla investors, to a large extent, have always given him a lot of rope to go off and to do and to say whatever he wants to say, because their belief is, look, the man has come up with some incredible companies, whether you're looking at Tesla, whether you're looking at SpaceX, and has done things that a lot of people scoffed at in the past. But now that he's revisiting the idea of politics in terms of forming a political party, it raises a bunch of questions. I mean, look at his comment in terms of, you know, what he wants to do with the American Party when he posted on X saying, when it comes to bankrupting our country with waste and graft, we live in a one-party system, not a democracy. Is that by itself going to bother a Tesla investor? No. But he wants to form a party, which then raises the question, wait a second, what are you doing with your time and your attention? You're trying to form a political party? It would, in theory, target 2 or 3 Senate seats, 8 to 10 House seats, and the goal is to have enough leverage that they could steer legislative talks, whether with the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. Not surprisingly, Donald Trump said that Elon Musk is off the rails in terms of his comments. So this is one of those things, guys, where you look at it from a Tesla investor perspective and you sit there and say, what about Tesla? We wanted you to work on Tesla. That's what we think Elon Musk is best at. And that's the reason that shares are under pressure right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is, look, his intensity and his unwillingness to ever take no for an answer, to be shut down by things is part of why he's so successful.
Without a doubt.
But
correct.
There are questions as to the limit of that and knowing how to prioritize and what he should and shouldn't be going after.
Yep.
That I think are the big issues here, too.
Yeah, and I think Dan Ives summed it up best with his note that he put out. And Dan Ives, look, let's be clear here. He is a Tesla bull through and through. He thinks that Elon Musk is going to go much farther and Tesla is going to go much higher. But in his note, he said what I think a lot of people believe in terms of when they look at Tesla as an investment, there is a broader sense of exhaustion from many Tesla investors that Musk keeps heading down the political track. Becky, over the weekend, 4 or 5 different people in different situations, you know, whether I was out at an event, out at a store and stuff, they would stop me and they always ask about Elon Musk. You know what they all said? Pretty much the same thing. What is he doing? What is he doing? And that is at the heart of the question surrounding Elon Musk and Tesla, and that's why the stock is under pressure, because people are sitting there saying, are you focused on full self-driving and fixing, you know, the concerns about sales slowing down, or are you more concerned about politics?
That is the question. Phil, thank you. We'll see you again soon.
You bet.
Still to come this morning, economics professor Ken Rogoff. But next, New York City Mayor Eric Adams. That interview is just moments away. Democrat is what he ran as last time. He's going to be running as an independent next time around. Squawk Box will be right back.
Nobody's born with grit.
Rose is really struggling.
It's something you build over time.
It's 21 missed cuts in a row.
For 89 years, Morgan Stanley has offered clients determination and forward thinking to create the future only you can see.
Rose, back in the winner's circle.
Advantage TFO.
Barclays Bank is proud to partner with Wimbledon. Because in business or on center court, the right partner can give you the advantage. Barclays, the official banking partner of Wimbledon, powering possible.
Agriculture is the main life in Sussex County, and I'm very proud of that. I felt like we were being left behind. Everybody around us seemed to have internet, but we did not. When I found out that Comcast was coming, I ran down the road and I said, welcome. High-speed internet is one of those good things that we needed to help us move our farming, our small businesses, our recreation forward. And now future generations will thrive here in Sussex County.
Silver is at a 10-year high. Kootenai Silver boasts one of the largest resources owned by a junior company. With the new high-grade discovery in Mexico, the potential for growth and leverage to silver is significant. Kootenai Silver.
This is a story about the one. The one who looks to Grainger to make sparks fly. Getting it done right is a craft. It takes experience, the right material, and the right partner like Grainger, with a wide range of professional-grade products. For the one, working hard means others can play even harder. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here on the internet, you can pretend to be anything.
Like an elderly man's bank.
Or an expert plumber.
Don't trust the unfiltered internet. Angie has 30 years of experience finding the best pros.
Angie, job's done well.
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. Take a look at futures right now. Dow up just slightly, about 5 points. So you're looking at the NASDAQ off about 83 points and the S&P 500 off about 15 points. We've got a big interview coming up in just a moment. You do not want to miss this. Making national news, New York City Mayor Eric Adams will be with us at the table. Do not go anywhere. As we head to a break, though, take a look at shares of NVIDIA this morning. CII raising its price target on that stock to $190. We're coming right back after this.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? Overcome operational constraints to focus on future growth, and harness technology and AI to power entire industries. With EY's full spectrum of services across sectors, we're all in to shape the future with confidence.
It's time to feed the dogs real food in the right amount. A healthy weight can help dogs live a longer, happier life. The Farmer's Dog makes weight management easy with fresh food pre-portioned for your dog's needs. It's an idea whose time has come.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time, and it did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to CNBC.com/plus.
flavors, there's an H-E-B Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason. Here, everything's better.
At Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
I've been trying to quit nicotine for like about 10 years. What helped me actually get there was X Program. It's free, it's backed by actual experts, and it doesn't ask you to be perfect. It's just support, like real support.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Joining us right now on the set this morning is New York City Mayor Eric Adams, a national debate playing out since Mamdani won that Democratic nomination. Good morning. We're all trying to figure out where this is all headed. We're looking at Poly Market. He is still up relative to you. I want to understand what you thought, what you were thinking. You know, we all saw him come on, but really only come on hot 72 hours out, maybe a week out. And it sounds like you've been thinking about this a lot longer.
Yeah, and remember the Poly Markets also days out. It had Andrew above him. 6 months ago, I was in a restaurant and I heard two young people talking about Mamdani. And then I was in a store purchasing something. I heard two young college students saying the same thing. I went back to my team. I said, Zohan is going to win this race. And we strategically knew that we should not be in a crowded Democratic primary. And then I decided I was going to run on an independent line. And everyone thought it was hilarious. They said, what are you doing? No mayor could win. Who's laughing now?
So what do you, I'm curious, I don't know if you want to say it, what do you see as your own personal challenges to win this race? I can give you my own list, but I'm curious when you look at this whole situation, your own situation, and what you need to persuade New Yorkers to vote for you, what do you see the thing that you need to overcome?
No, and I like that. Number one, Andrew. Andrew spent $30 million.
Andrew Cuomo?
Yes.
Okay.
Heard his narrative. I always said he didn't have the legs to run in New York. New York is a competitive place. They want to see you. You can't come out on weekends. You have to be firm. And I think he really should do an analysis and say, give Eric an opportunity to run against him.
So you would need him to get out for this to work?
He should. And the second is, my story has never been told. People don't realize that we broke the record 11 times in jobs, that this is the strongest economy in the recorded history of the city. What we did around housing, the crime, removing 22,000 illegal guns off our street, 100,000 illegal vehicles off our street. 12 months of Broadway has been the best Broadway in the recorded history of the city. My story has never been told. It was overshadowed by that lawfare of being prosecuted because I decided to defend the city. And now I'm going to have the opportunity to go to working class New Yorkers and say, think about this. We don't want to defund our police department. We don't want to empty Rikers Island and have people go back into the communities that prosecute them. We don't want to have a city where we say we don't want billionaires in the city. I mean, just think about what we're saying.
What do you tell New Yorkers who say, look, they are anxious about the settlement that you've reached with this president? They say you're being held hostage by this president, that if you're the mayor, if you continue to be the mayor, you have to listen to whatever this president says, because the moment you don't listen to the president, he can go after you again. And what do you say about the team around you? Because the other piece of this is trying to have an amazing team around you. And there have been concerns over the years that some of the team members either now don't want to be there because of the Trump situation, and others that say you had some family members around and other things. What about rebuilding that team?
Well, let's peel that back for a moment. The deal that I made with the president, you tell a lie long enough, it becomes the truth. There was never a deal. I didn't even know Donald Trump personally until he was campaigning. On a campaign trail, he said, look what they're doing to that mayor. It's unfair. And so I thank him for acknowledging what happened. Second, my team, I just gave you a list of wins.
Right.
You know, when you looked at how we turned around this city and going through COVID, going through 237 migrants and asylum seekers, dealing with the crime that we were facing, recovering our economy. When you look at that team won. That team was successful. Now look at my team now. Randy Mastro is my first deputy mayor. Commissioner Tish is my police commissioner. Camille Joseph Volok, my chief of staff. Listen, you learn as you go on. When we started in January 1st, 2022, trying to give people to work, they said, Eric, are you kidding me? I'm getting extended overtime. I'm getting extended unemployment. I'm not coming into the office. You want to work 12-hour days. And so you couldn't bring in the talent you wanted, even if you wanted to. People got used to working at homes. They know how I work, had to deliver for the city, and I did it in spite of what we had to go through.
What about the affordability message that Mandami has put out there? Now, look, the truth is, there's a lot of things he said that he can't actually do. Things that you have said, and I think described.
Right.
But the question is, how do you reach those voters who say, yeah, there's an affordability issue, and what are you going to do, and what are you going to tell those people that you can fix?
Great question. Legitimate concerns about affordability, not only in the city, in the country. Everyone could talk about the prices that we're dealing with, purchasing basic things. And we got that. We heard that message. I know we're living in poverty. He knows we're living in luxury, actually is. I know living on the verge of homelessness. I know struggling every day, going to school with a garbage bag full of clothing, afraid you're going to be thrown out. That's my story. That is not his story. He's an academic elitist that comes with these philosophies and principles that don't work out on ground. The foundation of him paying for free buses, he wants to tax 1% of high-income New Yorkers. Mayors don't have that authority. You know who has that authority? Assemblymen. Right. He's an assemblyman. And the governor already made it clear she's never going to do it. And so the foundation of his program is not winnable. Right. Now look at mine. $30 billion back into the pockets of working class people, paying off medical debt, paying college tuition for foster care children, dropping the cost of Metro cards on those low-income New Yorkers, just passed acts to tax. Low-income New Yorkers pay no income tax at all because of the partnership we had with Albany. So finding ways as the mayor to put money back in the pockets of working class people, I know how to do. He does it. This is a class exercise. Right now, we need expertise that we don't lose the success we made in this city.
Have you spoken to Andrew Cuomo at all?
Yes, yes.
Have you talked to him about the potential for him getting out?
Well, there's a real history with Andrew Cuomo, and particularly black elected officials. He did it to Carl McCall. He went on the liberal line with Carl McCall when he was running for governor. Carl McCall lost. He pushed out Charlie King when he was running for attorney general after raising $5 million. He pushed out Charlie King. He did the same thing to David Patterson when David Patterson was governor. For him to see that I was on my own independent line prior to the race, and then for him to join it, he knew he was setting us up for this. He knew Madani's were going to be on the Rokas family party.
Has he asked you to step aside?
I'm sorry?
Has he asked you to step aside?
Yes. I said, Andrew, are you that level of arrogance? I'm the sitting mayor. I'm the sitting mayor of the city of New York. And you expect for me to step aside when you just lost to Zohan by 12 points. He was up 32 points, $30 million. You lost. They heard your message, and you lost. Now let a fresh set of legs that has produced for this city. And that's the highest level of arrogance.
I got a different question for you. You probably saw the story over the weekend about Zoran claiming to be Asian and African-American in this application he made to Columbia. I'm curious just whether you think that should matter, whether, he's made this argument that there were not enough boxes to check to represent his heritage. What do you personally think?
There was a box for, I believe, mixed ethnicity. There was a box. First of all, he was not American at the time. He just got his citizen a few years ago, I think in either 2018. It's not excusable. He said himself when he was interviewed, if he called himself African American, it would be misleading. During those times, you were identifying seats for particular groups to make sure you had diversity on the campus. It was the wrong thing to do. So instead of saying that I didn't have enough boxes, how about saying I'm sorry? How about saying I'm sorry that I did a video mocking Hanukkah? How about just standing up and say I'm sorry, I'm wrong? And I've said it over and over again. When I look at an analysis, what I had to put the city through, I said to New Yorkers, I'm sorry I had to put you through this, but I delivered for you. And I think the most humbling thing you could do is just say, listen, I'm sorry, I should not have done it.
Now, how are you going to win? I mean, why does no one vote? Why do they allow this to happen with such small numbers? And can you galvanize New Yorkers that might be horrified by the prospect of an anti-Semitic socialist mayor?
And that's such a good question. 9% of New Yorkers voted. 9%. 91%, they have yet to speak. 2.5 million.
They never speak.
Yeah, no, I would challenge that just a little. 2.5 million Democrats did not vote. 1 million independents did not vote yet.
Order
we
submitted.
have yet to hear from 700,000 Republicans. I think what Madani did, he had an army already built. They were already on our college campuses, angry, frustrated, anti-American sentiments.
Right.
They were already walking through our streets in the thousands, protesting. Day after Gaza took place on October 7th, we had tens of thousands on our streets. He had an army that was already angry by the presidential race. So he didn't have to recruit. He took that army and funneled that anger. And as I said, that, you know, when I saw the radicalization of our children on college campuses, I was sending out the warning sign. Listen, they're radicalizing our children. And we don't know really what all of that radicalization is coming from. So now, just as he radicalized and he mobilized people who were feeling the pain of affordability, the anger of college campuses, now we're going to mobilize 1 million new voters who woke up on the day after the election on the 25th and said, oh my God, you know, let's listen to what this guy is saying.
We should mention we have invited him and Andrew Cuomo on the broadcast. But let me ask you this, just straight up, because Joe made a reference to anti-Semitism. And I talked about how upset I was that he wouldn't condemn this phrase, globalized intifada. Do you believe he's an anti-Semite?
I think if he's not, he's truly misguided. You know, you don't mock Hanukkah. You don't mock it. You do not ridicule. You respect all faiths, and everyone knows my basis of faith. You do not lift up a group as a rap artist that talks about an organization that supported Hamas. I think that there are actions that you're seeing that if he's not anti-Semitic, then clearly there are things he needs to re-examine what he's doing.
He said that he would arrest Bibi Netanyahu, by the way, who's in Washington today, if he was in New York City. What do you think the role of a mayor should be as it relates to international affairs?
Well, you know, it's interesting. He said he would arrest the head of Israel, but he's not willing to arrest the 27 gang members that came to the city, Venezuelan gang members. He stated that he would block ICE from doing that, as though ICE is a criminal organization and not as they are a federal law enforcement organization. So he would arrest him, but he will open Rikers Island when after bail laws, you have the most dangerous people on Rikers Island, but he's okay with letting them out and go back into the communities that they harm. So I think he has a little mixed up. The role of the mayor is to protect the people of this city and to embrace international leaders to come here. There's a reason the United Nations is on the East River in our city, because this is the place where you come in and debate issues, not use your prosecutorial or arrest powers to harm people you disagree with politically.
It is a longer conversation. We want to thank the mayor for joining us. As we mentioned, we have asked and invited Andrew Cuomo to be here, as we have Mandami. We want to talk about all of these issues, given our audience and what's going on here. So thank you for coming in.
The city's doing well. Strongest economy in history. And I'm going to tell to all those business leaders with a little tension right now, trust me when I tell you, we're going to win.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
All right, up next, the Fed in focus. We're going to talk about Jay Powell's fate with economics professor Ken Rogoff. Here's the futures ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street, the S&P and NASDAQ at new highs on Thursday, ahead of Independence Day. Squawk Box coming right back.
Wait, don't do it! What? We're checking them off. Machu Picchu, swimming with sharks.
skydiving. That's the plan.
I love the plan. And your Empower investment accounts are working as planned. But this is so... high.
Millennials. Let's do this, cowboy. Ooh, bucket list, baby!
Get good at money so you can be a little bad.
You go first. I'll follow.
Empower.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, or on it, even John's 40th.
Order filled.
Trex, performance
submitted.
engineered for your life outdoors.
Rather than get rich
Order
quick, I
filled.
believe in get rich slow.
Order
The high-yield
submitted.
cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky
Order
investments.
filled.
I needed something stable that could really give me long-term
Order
financial
submitted.
benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
We've been defending the world for decades. Through NATO, with American soldiers and taxpayer dollars, all to keep other countries safe. But it's not just defense. Americans pay more for medicine because European countries refuse to pay their fair share for the drugs we invent. This has to stop. President Trump
Order
will
submitted.
negotiate stronger trade deals,
Order
just
canceled.
like he did with NATO, and he will stop the foreign freeloading.
Coming up, an interview you do not want to miss. You just said something to me which makes me a little bit nervous.
Every time a tech expert comes on this show, you better ask him, what are you doing on AI security?
What is the thing you worry about the most right now?
In an environment where there is a lot of uncertainty, make sure we're playing the long game.
Is this the right way to do it? He's not a conventional president. Reading the president's latest, I swear he's watching.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Markets live in the future, and I think markets may be pricing in that perhaps the president's right, that rates should be lower. I would say that the market's pricing in lower, I think it's 2 cuts for the rest of the year, and then the 2-year, the overnight and the 2-year are inverted. So maybe the market's just pricing in the economic fundamentals, and sure, is a different Fed chair is a kind of forward guidance, but as I reiterate to people all the time, it's not just the Fed chair, it's a committee.
That was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent earlier on Squawk Box. It's no secret that President Trump is frustrated with Fed Chair Jay Powell over interest rates. That was the Secretary talking a little bit about what he would see happening in this scenario. Of course, he's been mentioned as a potential Fed Chair replacement. For more on this, we want to bring in Ken Rogoff. He's professor of economics at Harvard University. He's also the author of Our Dollar, Your Problem, an insider's view of 7 turbulent decades of global finance and the road ahead. And Ken, first of all, welcome. It's really great to see you here. You are a chess master, and you've spent some time gaming out this idea of a shadow Fed chairman. You're not a huge fan of it. What are the problems in the setup as you see it?
Well, I don't think having a shadow Fed chair who's going to be Fed chair is going to chair might do. That's correct. But also, the shadow Fed chair is having to say at every moment what they would do. And if it's not in line with what Trump would do, then he can unnominate him. And so in a way, it it paints the shadow Fed chair into a corner. Trump, I think, has said he wants the rate to brought down to 1%. I don't really see how that's consistent with the growth he foresees without having a lot of inflation in this economy. So it's very clever in a way. He's going to appoint the Fed chair. He won't control them. He's seen that with the Supreme Court justices, and he's trying to paint them into a corner. But I don't know that if he's wrong about the interest rates, that they really need to stay somewhat higher, that that's going to prove a good thing for the economy or for President Trump.
You thought up an interesting scenario that had not occurred to me, and that's what could happen potentially if there is a shadow Fed chair from within the Fed, and that being Jay Powell. If he doesn't step down, he may not be chairman, but if he doesn't give up his seat, what happens?
No, that is such a good point.
That's your point.
If Powell doesn't give up his seat, if Powell doesn't give up his seat and stays on the board, and Trump appoints someone who the rest of the board doesn't respect, I think if they respect them, they'll give them a lot of rope. They'll go along with them. But if they don't respect them, Powell will be the shadow chair from within the Fed, and the Fed chair may not control the board. Again, just a few minutes earlier, Secretary Bessent acknowledged that it's not all the Fed chair. You have to persuade the entire Open Market Committee.
All right, you've got a book that's out talking about, our dollar, your problem. And we did bring this up with Treasury Secretary as well, just the idea of the pressure the dollar has been under this year. You think that weakness will continue. Why?
Well, Trump inherited a very high dollar. And I'm looking at given cost of living, other measures of how
Morning, guys.
expensive it is.
I'm gonna pick the TPT now. Give me a second.
By some measures after 2002. So sure, it's down 10%, but it's still very high. I mean, they have somebody in Japan where they've had no inflation compared to us, and yet the yen has fallen a lot, how expensive it is in the States. And I think if you look around the world, that's still the case. So sure, Trump's actions have probably accelerated, a move that might have happened anyway, but the dollar is still high. So even if Harris were president, I think it would be coming down.
And the implication of that for the economy, for the markets?
Well, I think actually it's probably fine for the United States. We're interested in having the dollar still be the lingua franca, the reserve currency. My book argues that's being chipped away at, and there are other things Trump is doing. But having the dollar come down, fine. That's one place where I agree with the president's instincts.
What you are a little concerned about is what
I'm about to spin it real quick.
even with the pressure to lower rates, you think that yields are more likely to go up than down. Why is that?
Well, we're looking at global borrowing, not just U.S. borrowing. Look at what's going on in Europe, Japan. China may need to do something to pull out of its doldrums. We're looking at the need for AI in many countries for, if not stopping climate change, dealing with climate change.
You serious? Hey, you won. Nice.
And I think the real underlying interest rates going up, and real interest rates have gone up.
Nah, it's for Discord only.
And I don't think anything that Chair can do is going to dramatically bring that down. At the same time, interest rates, aren't reflecting high inflation expectations. Maybe they're right, but that's one of the ways this mess can end. It could also end in financial repression, which pushes down interest rates. So
Alright, I'll be back later when the market opens.
I would say the balance of interest rates at the long end rising. Certainly, the Fed rate's more likely to go down than up. But at the long rate over the next couple of years, I think it's going to continue to go up.
Which is bad news for anybody who wants to buy a house with a 30-year mortgage, bad news for longer-term debt that we're taking on, and probably bad news for American taxpayers who have to pay off the debt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we would like interest rates to stay down. Mind you, just to be clear, it was much better that this tax bill, this new big, beautiful bill got passed than if it didn't. That would have been a massive tax hike. It's not really that we had a tax cut. But the American voter hasn't really come around to the idea that we need to rein in the deficits. People like me may say it, Bob Rubin, some of you may say it, but I don't think the American voter's there yet. And until they are, and that might happen until we have an inflation crisis or something, I don't think we're gonna do it.
Okay. Professor Rogoff, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Up next, we've got a check on the markets ahead of the opening bell. Squawk Box will be right back.
Something amazing is happening here. Teams have more power to withstand outages. That's because CDW Solutions architects are building more resilient IT and electrical infrastructures with Schneider Electric. With EcoCare remote monitoring services and 24/7 support, your organization has the power to do more than keep the lights on. Make amazing happen. Schneider Electric and CDW.
Sir, it seems that the Gladiator is getting a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
At PGIM, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
Ready for whatever lies ahead, with confidence to navigate all conditions. T. Rowe Price actively managed ETFs, designed to outperform the index.
A CNBC special report. Brian Sullivan, live from the OPEC International Seminar in Vienna. The future of global energy amid geopolitical tensions. All-day coverage Wednesday and Thursday, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Deals so good, I might keep them to myself. Kidding. But I did think about it.
Kohl's summer cyber deals are that good. Save through July 10th. Earn Kohl's cash and don't miss daily deals with free shipping at Kohl's and Kohl's.com.
Prime Day is coming July 8th through the 11th with great deals on whatever you're getting into next. What's the move?
There you go, King.
Huh. Next.
When you see a car, you can find it on Auto Trader. Even my TV detective car. Just put your info in the Kelly Blue Book My Wallet, browse personalized monthly payments from dealers in your area, then start and finish the deal online. Case closed.
A history of winning started with the 65 Gators, losing steam, losing sweat. The solution? A drink that hydrates better than water and changed the game forever.
Naturally, we called our stuff Gator.
Welcome back to Squawk. CoreWeave announcing plans to acquire Core Scientific in an all-stock deal valued at $9 billion. The deal giving CoreWeave control of a 1.3 gigawatts of data center power with room to expand. CoreWeave says the move will boost AI workload scale as well as improve operating efficiency. The stock, we should mention, down this morning but ran up last month after deal talks were first reported. So you're looking at Core Scientific off about 16%, but again, it had popped meaningfully before then.
Just trying to get a calculation of whether that's more or less than back to than a gigawatt. That you just, you know, is that more than what was in the?
Is it a gigawatt?
You said gigawatt, but in Back to the Future is a gigawatt, and I'm not sure whether that's more energy that you were just talking about or less than what was necessary to
a gigawatt or a gigawatt.
Gigawatt is actually not a real thing. Unless you mispronounce gigawatt. But you didn't.
Yeah, you call it a GIF, you call it a GIF.
Yeah,
Gig,
that's right.
GIF.
It's almost time to go. Yeah, no, I immediately, when you say gigawatt, don't you think of Dr. Brown and Michael J. Fox?
I don't, but, you know, some people do. Some people do.
Some strange people. There's where we are. We got to go. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Streets next.
Good Monday morning.
morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Faber has the morning off. Futures fairly steady, coming off all-time highs as we set up for a deadline on tariffs, looking for more deal announcements. Got some tech M&A, 10 years right around 436. Our roadmap begins with some investor confusion around trade as President Trump gets ready to send letters to a dozen countries about imposing tariffs beginning August 1. Shares of Tesla hitting the brakes after Elon Musk says he is forming a new political party. And the pressures on Powell to cut rates begins to ramp up. Senior counselor for trade and manufacturing, Peter Navarro, is going to join us to discuss his scathing new op-ed in The Hill today. Let's begin, though, with the markets as we enter a new week at record highs. Jim, a lot of discussion about how many things are kind of working. The news flow is pretty steady. We're hitting some technical levels, obviously the highs.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I was working this weekend. I've got an annual meeting for the club on Friday. And I posited that maybe things are good and they're working. And I said, look, I know there are people in this room who are anti-Trump. Some people are pro-Trump, of course. But the fact is that there are a lot of things that are indeed working. And we'll talk to Peter Navarro. But the question is, can you keep buying here? Can you keep buying when things are good? And when I go through the research this morning, I mean, people are just kind of saying, listen, it doesn't matter. Very positive piece about GE Vernova. Let me use that. And that's the company that makes gas turbines. Well, turbines. David got me calling them turbines. But when you look at that company, you say, all right, I missed that one clearly. And it's not too late. So I think that is the theme. It's not too late. I would like to see a pullback, but just because we're up a huge amount, we're very overbought. While you're away, I just said, oh, it's buy, it's buy, it's buy. Right. But we haven't, a lot of things are going the president's way, and I don't see that in the press. It is.
Well, certainly the One Big Beautiful Bill is a huge accomplishment, even though there will be some winners and losers, which we'll talk about later. July, though, seasonally, average gains is like almost 2%.
We're coming in hot, but it may not matter. We've got a lot of companies that I think are going to report great numbers. We're led by different stocks. We're not led by Mag 7. We're led by the banks and a lot of industrials, and I kind of like that. The rally is as broad as you could get. I think at any time, if you look at any time in the last, say, decade, you would say, you know what? Okay, sure, maybe there should be a pullback, but I went in because the stocks that are selling at low multiples are going higher. The trade deals are going to, look, the BBB is rather remarkable about what it could do. It's a fire hose. And I do think that we'll listen to Peter Navarro, but the trade deals are good.
Right.
So I mean, look, I can easily criticize, and I don't. Do I like Medicaid being cut? I mean, we can go into that. Sure. No, I mean, I don't. I mean, because Medicaid's for people who are poor. And do I like the fact that I get a big tax break? Well, you know, everyone wants a tax break, but would I forego it in order for people to have more health care? Kind of, yeah. I want this country to be rich.
Of course.
That's how I get rich, is have the country be rich. But I think that, Carl, I mean, yes, there's $3 trillion added. Let's say you take Secretary Bessent at his word, you get a nice rebate from the tariffs. So it's not easy to spitball. It's not easy to say, look, are you kidding me? Spitball meaning like spitball at the president.
Yes.
It's not easy to do that because there's a lot of things that are good.
That said, there's going to be some uncertainty this week regarding this tariff deadline. The president threatening some additional tariffs on BRICS-aligned nations of 10%. The Treasury Secretary got into some of that, talking trade with the gang on Squawk. Take a listen.
We are going to have several announcements in the next 48 hours. And, Joe, I think what President Trump is concerned about is the quality of the deals, not the quantity. As you could imagine, as he started herding the cats and trying to get everyone across the finish line, when he said that there's a chance that countries could boomerang back to their April 2nd reciprocal tariff levels, we've had a lot of people change their tune in terms of negotiations. So my mailbox was full last night with a lot of new offers, a lot of new proposals. So it's going to be a busy couple of days.
So will the market mind if there's a paucity of deals, or do we now like the revenue?
I think that we like the revenue. I do think that man that we just listened to has developed a level of, I would say, credibility that I have not seen among Treasury secretaries, including Secretary Yellen. I think he says things, now maybe it is because he was in the, there was one moment where he just said, look, I traded, a lot of my money was made in currencies, and it was, a lot of people feel the dollar's weak. He said, no, natural course, and I'm listening to him, I'm saying, hey, yeah, not, he traded a lot, natural course. The man is totally believable. I struggle with him. I mean, when I say I struggle with him, I mean, like, I struggle to find fault. I do. I mean, I'm listening to Best, and I'm saying, you're trying. He's a smart guy. He's, look, there are people, again, there are people who hate Trump, right? I defy you to listen to that man and think that he is anything other than a complete pro. He's a pro.
It doesn't sound like you would favor him moving to the Fed, for example.
He can do whatever the heck he wants, so I don't care.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, no, I think that this is a guy, when I listen to him, I feel very relieved that we have a steady hand on the tiller. Yes, I know that the president said, let's 10% on BRICS. I think that this is a man who is considered, and I remember speaking to Secretary Mnuchin at Treasury, and there were a lot of times when you wanted to disagree with Trump. He was very forceful. I think that Besson speaks for Trump in a way that makes me feel like, hey, wait a second. Maybe those countries have gotten away. Enough with those countries. They can pay. At the same time, obviously, Fortune did a study that says that this is three times more punishing than Smoot-Hawley, which a lot of people feel led us into depression. But when he says his email box is full, and then it was questioned about whether, about where is it really?
Yes.
It made me think, you know what? Do I really want to blow out of stocks if Besson has got something under, up his sleeve? Because he has the credibility for me to think he does.
Right. That said, Jim, I mean, we did hear from von der Leyen of the EU, who spoke to the president yesterday, and they reiterate they're trying to get this done by the 9th, but they say tariffs cause pain. And do we no longer think that's the case?
No, tariffs cause pain, but they've had the run of the joint. So's Japan. And I feel like many Americans, when you see how much they've gotten versus us, maybe it's time. Now, I worry, after speaking to Andy Jassy last week from Amazon, if all these jobs came our way, we would have job inflation. But you know what? Maybe that's a high quality issue. I want them to build things here. There are pockets of this country that could use the raising of tariff and then bring jobs here. Remember Trump has forgotten what he first started. His first statements were, okay, listen, when you raise tariffs, what happens is the other country caves and builds. But that's when he used to talk about China. He's gotten off that message. Instead, it always seems very mercurial. But that was his message, and it was a message that America understood, which is that they raised tariffs, so we move plants there. So now we're going to raise tariffs, and they'll move plants here, is actually something that resonates, I think. And Besson isn't using that analysis either. But it is one that resonates with the American people, and I think if they go back to that message, it'll work.
Really? And you think that the consumer will be able to look past whatever price effect we do get in the next couple quarters?
I do think that there's enough evidence that says that it's a one-time only, that you could say, it might be okay. That does not mean that I think that Powell's wrong. I can't find the risk to Powell's prudent attitude, because the unemployment rate's fantastic. Is inflation right? Well, yeah, inflation's right, but my problem here is that, we're going to get inflation from this. Now, if Peter Navarro says there's not going to be inflation, then the conversation's not going to go as well. And I don't want a contested thing against someone I've known for a very long time. I want conviviality. If conviviality is too much to ask, then I may turn to you and say, that was a really good interview, but the interview people at home may think it wasn't concluded.
Well, speaking of that, when we come back, we are going to talk to White House Senior Counselor for Trade and Manufacturing, Peter Navarro. He's got a new op-ed in The Hill where he slams the Fed chair. We'll get into that, of course, and the deadlines coming up this week. Futures, meantime, relatively steady, obviously south of the flat line. Squawk on the Streets back in a moment.
Premium meat for a natural diet.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
The digestibility is just better. We have the right amount of protein, the right amount of fat, the right amount of nutrients being added.
It's real food.
Everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can. Our mission is just to help them do that.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
You make it through security so fast, the agents applaud. Your travel itineraries are so well written, they're on the bestseller list. And you have access to lounges that don't officially exist. That's why you rent with National, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on the Emerald Isle. Because travel isn't a competition, except that it is. And you're winning.
Never miss a moment.
There will be fewer people doing some of the jobs that the technology starts to automate. There are going to be other jobs, and we're going to hire more people in AI.
The SEC has been standing athwart efforts to innovate in the marketplace. We've had regulation through enforcement. That day is over.
The arguments toward cutting are going to grow on the FOMC, but I just don't think they're going to be able to get consensus by this July meeting.
There's a reason Chevy's called the heartbeat of America, because we proudly roll trucks off the line in cities like Arlington for the people who keep Texas moving. For them, only America's most dependable trucks will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
The Chevy 4th of July event is on, and well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on this Silverado with around $8,000 in total value. That's 15% below MSRP, plus Texas residents can get an additional $1,000 bonus cash. Chevy drives Texas. Together, let's drive.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. Here at Xfinity, we want to do our part to keep one thing the same, with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. So no matter how your other costs change, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi, with our best equipment included, for a price that stays exactly the same.
Markets live in the future, and I think markets may be pricing in that perhaps the president's right that rates should be lower. I would say that the market's pricing in lower. I think it's 2 cuts for the rest of the year, and then the 2-year, the overnight and the 2-year are inverted. So maybe the market's just pricing in the economic fundamentals, and sure, is a different Fed chair is a kind of forward guidance, but as I reiterate to people all the time, it's not just the Fed chair, it's a committee.
Well, there it was. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent last hour on Squawk. The White House keeping up the pressure on Fed Chair Powell, but in a very convivial way, I think, including this morning, with one advisor penning an op-ed that goes as far as to say that Powell could be the worst Fed chair in history. I question the hyperbole, Carl, but you never know. Because joining us now to explain as well as share the latest on trade talks, Senior Counsel for Trade and Manufacturing, always a strong voice for the President, Peter Navarro. All right, Peter, I'm going to give you the floor.
Great pleasure to be with you, Jim.
Thank
Great pleasure to be with you, buddy.
And the same, and you know that. And I feel that way. I read your piece. I said, okay, here's a person that has strong conviction on Fed Chair Powell, and I'm going to give you the floor to describe your view.
Yeah, well, let's start with what the stakes are. If he's too high at the Fed, let's say it's like a half point now too high. That's like anywhere from 1/4 to 1/2 point of GDP growth that we're going to lose. In other words, we're going to grow more slowly. It's like $100 billion that costs our economy. And then when you trickle it down to the interest rates that people pay, that's about $100 billion in added debt because we're refinancing debt. So it's not small potatoes. Now, in terms of the argument, let's see if we can agree on 2 things, right? I claim in the Hill piece that Powell has made 3 major blunders. Let's see, Jim, if we can agree on the first 2. When we were in the first term with President Donald Trump and we had the tariffs and the tax bills and the whole Trump-nomics going on, Powell raised rates too high. And by the Fed's own analysis, that cost us a lot of growth. So let's see if we can agree on that. And then when he was serving the Biden regime so well in a partisan way, in my judgment, he didn't raise rates fast enough. He let them get out of control. He also kept his mouth shut. Well, the Democrat Congress was passing these massive expenditure inflationary bills. And he was too late Powell then. He was too early Powell in the first term. Can we agree, Jim, that those blunders happened? Is there any doubt that Powell was wrong twice in the earlier years?
I'm going to say no. I think there's a lot of time in between that he did things right. I totally agree on 2018. Was very against that. When it comes to what happened in terms of transitory or not, what I think it was an honest mistake. I will not give you that it was partisan. I will just say it's an honest mistake, but I think you,
but it
as
was
you
a mistake.
Said, in my judgment.
But it
you
was
said
a
in
mistake.
my judgment.
Okay.
Yes.
So he's made two big mistakes so far, and now the third one is, the question is, Jim, which isn't it? It's like rates should be lower. The markets are telling us all of that. Powell is doing the same thing he did with the first term of Donald Trump. He doesn't understand Trumpnomics. He doesn't understand the supply side aspects of tax cuts and deregulation. He doesn't understand the importance of strategic energy dominance and the president's ability to dramatically lower oil prices. And he doesn't have a clue about tariffs, because in the first term, very clearly, we raised tariffs and there was no inflation. Most of the tariffs got eaten by the foreign countries as we expected.
Well,
the same
Peter,
thing's happening again.
These are not
so
similar
why is
tariffs.
he waiting?
These are much bigger tariffs. We know that. We have
seen absolutely no pass-through of tariffs. It's just not in the data, Jim. And by the way, what's wrong with a more flexible Fed? Why not lower rates and see what happens? What's the big deal?
Because from September through December of last year, they cut rates 4 times, and the long rates went up dramatically, hurting the mortgage rates. We don't want that to happen.
Well, that happened. Okay. Why did he cut rates? He was trying to get Biden or Harris elected. Come on.
Well, we want to
Come on. That's the partisan aspect of this. And by the way, I mean, look, whether he's let's look at the history. I think the Hill piece is interesting because I go back, talk about how Arthur Burns helped Nixon get elected with easy money. I talked about how Greenspan, and you and I were there, we were in the trenches when he raised rates and killed off the dot-com boom, and we had all that. That was a mistake. We saw Bernanke, slow to understand systemic risk, and he let something which could have been manageable get out of control. And look, Jim, there's no question that this stagflation that emerged during the Biden years was not just the product of the Democrats. See the picture behind me, that Capitol Hill where all that bad stuff happened, the Inflation Reduction Act and all of that. That only happens, Jim, if the Fed accommodates that. You go back to William McChesney Martin. I think McChesney Martin and Volcker are the two best Fed chairs. McChesney Martin, when Lyndon Johnson was prosecuting the Vietnam War and wouldn't trade off guns for butter, he said, no, I'm taking away the punch bowl. That's not going to happen. Powell could have spoken up. He should have seen the inflation that just quickly got out of control that we're now tamping back down. So I'm just saying, Jim, he's a lawyer, not an economist, which is an anomaly. The two worst Fed chairs we've had in recent memory were G. William Miller, who was also a lawyer, and now Powell. So I think the case against him, and I would say where Scott Besson, the little clip you played, it's like, remember, Powell is just part of the board, right? And so I'm in some sense appealing to the board. It's like, come on, let's get with the program.
I want to let Carl in here because I think you've made your point. I think you made your point of where you feel. I disagree with the ranking, but Carl, there are other issues.
Peter, while we do have you, I've always wanted to ask you for the last 90 days about your comment on April 7th when you said 90 deals were possible in 90 days. We're almost up. And I just wonder, was your thinking at the time that it really was an aspirational number, or are you kind of disappointed in 2 for now?
I'm happy with the progress we've had because every country that we run a major deficit with is fully engaged. I think what we're learning from the negotiations is simply, Carl, how difficult it is for these countries to give up the advantage they have over us. And so therein lies the tale. I think the negotiations are proceeding well. And by the way, the tariff revenues are coming in and really helping this country. And we're able now to get trillions of dollars of investment here to build up our factories and jobs. The tariff revenues are coming in, which help pay for the big, beautiful bill. And I'm very pleased with the direction we're going. We've got Howard Lutnick, Jamison Greer, Scott Besson all engaged in these deals, and the president, of course, at the top of this.
They're your team. Now, I want to go back just for a second. Why, if you're Jay Powell, why not wait to see a couple quarters if there is inflation? What's that going to do to the economy? You've got an incredibly strong economy, Peter. It's remarkable.
So we've already had that argument. We've waited like 2 quarters. As Scott Besson said, we're behind. Hear me out.
Employment's terrific.
You asked me a direct question. I'm going to give you the answer.
Fair enough.
The answer is simple.
Fair enough.
A 50 basis point lag. If we're up 50 basis points too high, that's a ton of money. That's going to be a half a point of GDP growth slower than we otherwise could and should be. And remember, when you have slower growth, Jim, you have less tax revenues and more debt and deficit, and then you got to finance the whole thing. All these synergies that work with the Trumpnomics, Powell is not allowing to happen, and that's the tragedy here. So he's costing homeowners on their mortgages. He's costing Americans with their credit card debt. He's costing us in terms of our national debt growing. So there's a real opportunity cost for him. We're not going to disagree. There are some opportunity costs.
But now I do want to know, as the trade person, I've not seen you lately for trade. We've got some things that disturb me. You have a great American company that arguably has put 2.9 million people to work in our country, which is Apple. It seems like no matter where Apple goes, we find that they have to be taxed high. And I know that they're committing $550 billion to the country, and unless you directly contest Tim Cook's honor, what is enough for you?
Apple, look, Jim, going back to the first Trump term, Tim Cook has continually asked for more time in order to move his factories out of China. I mean, it's the longest running soap opera in Silicon Valley. And my problem with Tim Cook is he never takes the steps to actually do that. And with all these new advanced manufacturing techniques and the way things are moving with AI and things like that, it's inconceivable to me that Tim Cook could not produce his iPhones elsewhere around the world and in this country.
But India was something you wanted.
Come on,
at
it's
one
a
point,
technological
you wanted
problem.
India, you wanted Vietnam. Suddenly, these are not easy decisions.
Yeah. Good morning. Let me see if the bot's going to short or not. No, bot's not going to short yet. Was it? Damn, bot was up a lot then. I want a long at open just to get the pump and then get out. But I don't know. Looking ugly. Yeah. You know, I'm going to long on my Ninja Trader tournament. Are you short? Oh, you stuck in the long? How are you gonna long at all-time high? You know you can that's the way they cheated. Someone told me in our chat. You can do NQ, ES, MES, and MNQ all together. Who cares? It's a free tournament. I want a long, I want a short if it goes all-time high. You can do NQ too, you know that, right? Yeah. And Tesla's negative 7%. Wow. What's pre-long in any Tesla call? If it is, it's dead.
instead. So
Oh, damn.
score the bill, beautiful bill, you get another point of GDP growth, which is a couple of trillion dollars, and the debt comes down. And then when you adequately score the tariff revenues,
See, the squeeze on the radar is still bullish. The 3 minutes on the oscillator is going down. The 15 minute looks like it's going to curve down. If it curves down, we might go under 800. So I'm scared of long. Yeah, under 900. My bad.
Some sort of gratuitous, capricious statement about Elon Musk, and I applaud you. You are the scholar and gentleman that I've known for 50 years. Thank you so much to Peter Navarro.
Always a pleasure being with you and Carl.
Thank you.
Take care, Peter.
As we go to break, take a look at the pre-market. Futures just south of the flat line. Look into some movers this morning. Got some M&A to look at.
Got my payout from TPT last night, the second payout. Yeah, I took my profit on that long. Yeah, it was long earlier, but it was a tournament, so I didn't care. I needed the pump so I can short. Sup, Gonzalez? If gold goes up, NQ should go down, but bot, let me see what the bot's on gold. Bot's still short on gold, so I don't know. Should, but it doesn't always work like that. Oh my god, Chris blew his trade day. Yeah, on the trade day challenge.
Granted, you could compare samples in your own space.
Yeah, he just blew. He messed up. He went NQ instead of MNQ. And he maxed contract on those. Yeah, ouch. Yeah, but he meant to do on MNQ, but you know we messed up a lot on those. He went NQ. Hey, your credit is there now. Your TPT. Gotta let him know. You should email them. Yeah, it's usually pump out open. And the guy that won the my funded futures, he should have the account now.
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations. To build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies. To innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
There's the pump. And I always pump that open. I should have kept my long. Well. Yeah, I'm gonna short it later. Well, no, the 3 minutes was over, so that's why it's bouncing. The 15 minutes looks like it still can drop. I guess a little bounce and then drop later, but I'm just gonna short my tournament and leave it short till we hit 900. Alright, get that in. Let's see, ES. Fuck that, short that too. Putting everything. 50 NAQ. Short that shit too. Oh, I'm up a lot now. Taking profit. There we go. Man, look at that short, baby. I'm gonna win this tournament. I'm gonna. It's gonna die. I'll pump again so I can short. Well, it's just a tournament. I'm gonna hold on to it. It's gonna dump this week. I don't think so. I'm all out now. I made 8,000.
Than hardware, right? And then that enterprise software would have to that chips. It turns out that we dominate.
I need to focus on my funding. Fuck the tournament. We need to make real money.
Just a very wise friend of mine was saying, Jim, how come you never talk about the fact that this was one of the greatest recoveries from a low that we've ever seen? And it's been led by new companies that are great, and it has just been broad and exciting. Why don't you try to capture that? I said, gee, I don't know if I can be more broad. But I love the companies that are going higher. Yeah. Let's love them. I'm curious about your new acronym. Is it MNF?
I'm scared of short on my funded account. Yeah, I wanted to drop a little more and I'll go long.
Still has a low multiple. Meta is recreating and
On the long?
the entire advertising business, along with Amazon, along with YouTube, but Meta is the leader. And then Nvidia came up. I mean, look at the Nvidia comeback. I mean, without China, which was what Jensen Wong said could be a $50 billion opportunity, with a 4.
Damn, that short was nice. Fuck. I should have kept that short. Man. I don't think bot's going long. Bot's still long. It hasn't gone short yet, but yeah. Let me see if the bot's gonna go short or not. Yeah, a little more. We lose. Oh wow, we might go short in a little bit. Yeah, everybody doing good on that trade day challenge. Happy.
So it would be natural if the government of China would say, you know what, we're going to get long-term rare mineral deals, not these short-term deals.
You long? No, I'm not long, man. This drop looks nasty.
That's a possibility. That would be something.
Right. We did get CoreWeave and Core Scientific.
Yes, they're all for me today. I look at CoreWeave is saying that this helps them immensely.
Nice. Was that on your funded account or? Nice. I might go long with you. That 900 hill. I'm scared. I might long with you next time. Let me know you long again. Are you still in the long? Okay.
These are two companies that do compete, which is true. But I think that this is the kind of deal that we ought to get used to having. It's one of the things that makes me bullish, which is that there's not any, you can make a deal if you think it's rational and not expect to be challenged. So someone might say, Jim, that was really a cheap shot. No, the deference was cheap. The deference. Now, reading what's happened in the Supreme Court.
and there's just, you know, they're rife with people who feel one justice said what the other one.
We read the Barrett consensus and back and forth.
I think we might drop a little bit more, so careful.
Has no rigor and believes in nothing, and I feel that Lena Khan got away
Oh, I thought they got out.
because her whole idea wasn't even about
At what price?
people doing better. It was merchant shoes being squeezed, whatever worked. And that is no doctrine.
28? Okay, good.
If you go to law school, that is one of the most harsh terms. Like if you're meeting one-on-one with a law school professor and he says that's no doctrine,
Okay,
that
my
means you haven't
puts still red.
Your love for Lena Khan is maintained the same level.
Well, I just feel that we were hamstrung by the idea that very few companies could merge one with another. Now,
Nice.
we have a Cox deal with Charter. I think that I know that the last minute, that's
Something.
administration would challenge.
Now, when do we long? 900. We're long at 900. I'm too scared of short.
I think that the Biden administration was permission.
Yeah, no, if Bot's short, I'm gonna short for sure. Bot might. No, Bot's not gonna short yet. It's gonna take a little bit. Yeah, it won't short yet.
I feel that these, look, if anyone feels that they want to take Netflix off the table, that's okay.
Yeah. Bot had a good long earlier. Oh, you over 250? Deal or you over 250? Yeah, don't withdraw yet. You don't want to take the fees. That's a good long. Fuck.
I just don't want to be part of that. It was founded by a terrific upgrade. What City said, City is about that renaissance because our companies are really KLA, most importantly, Tim Archer.
Let him in while short it later.
Big intellectual property is for companies. We don't talk about making chips. Those are the companies that preside over the greatness of the cycle.
Morning, Allie.
The other big downgrade, of course, is William Blair on Tesla.
Dang, what a punt, dude.
The loss not just of the EV tax credit, but the regulatory credit framework, which they say will be a direct hit to profitability.
I read
We
that.
might have to long later.
The story about China and how they're lagging.
Let me check 15 minutes. 15 minutes is confusing right now.
There'll be someone who says, look, it's not a car company. It's humanoid and self-driving. That ability to be able to select why you like the
Flatlining.
something is beginning to annoy me. I like Tesla, but I'm just saying, look, I like it for you.
I think it would drop on my long.
Because those other things, those are better markets. But these guys are like, ooh, the deliveries are bad, I'm going to downgrade.
Tesla keeping NQ down.
Be consistent. This thing is a juggernaut when it comes to humanoid and when it comes to self-driving, and that's what I like.
Yeah.
Elon is once again tweeting about the Epstein files. The president called them ridiculous as he's gone off the rails.
He fucked up Tesla.
This idea of the third political party.
But I think if you want to target certain people, go raise
I
the
need a
money.
long on this trade A shit. Let me try to long on this trade A tournament. Yeah, I'm just trying to wait for a good entry. I don't want to mess that up. Yeah, I'm long at 29 on my trade A. Yeah, it's an eval, so don't follow me. I'll go long on the other, the funding. We hit like 910 or something. Oh shit, it's dropping. Fuck. Now my long might look bad. Let me long with Ninja Trader.
Order filled. Order submitted.
The value of the White House. There have been a lot of people in the White House who know how to have
Order filled.
There we go.
discussion, and there are others like Lyndon Johnson.
Order canceled.
There we go. Got out. Hell yeah. I didn't touch the funding though. I need to touch my TPT.
And that's just to say, listen, I know the meanest, most horrible thing I can say is this, and I'm saying, sure, just drop it. Okay, show me the file. You don't have it. The president doesn't have it. It may say he does, but can we just get back to saying, listen, I disagree with that person.
Well, 292, obviously back below 300. Of course, Q2 deliveries were down 14. Actually, by the way, Mercedes today with some Q2 sales down 9. And they attribute some of that to tariffs.
Yeah, they should make a deal, and they should build.
The German
Look, these companies, we never talk about it, but Benz and BMW made this decision to go heavy into Mexico. That was like Tim Cook going heavy into India and Vietnam. These were what you were supposed to do. So to me, the rules change, and these companies were doing what's right, and now they're doing what's wrong. And I think that's, I have to like business and other things very unfair.
Jesse last week. Prime Day starts tomorrow. Actually, it's not Prime Day anymore. It's Prime Days.
Look, I think that in my speech that I'm giving on Friday, I talk about the idea of
No, it's no data or anything. Well, at least not from the bot. I didn't see anything.
And we have to start recognizing these stupid things that we get for the CPI, PPI. Do they really take into Costco? Do they take into account Amazon Prime? Take a look at the things that are about to be on sale. I don't know why everybody needs it, but these are really anti-inflation. It just should matter.
Yeah.
But no president has ever. I'm trying to get the bottom.
I want a long. I actually do want a long, but maybe another dip out long and stay long. Yeah.
Discounts to the government when it comes to software.
I'm gonna short that Ninja Trader. Let's go. Short this bitch. I'm only ranked 27. I need to go up there. How many are there? Like a couple hundred?
She was talking a really big game. And she meant it, and good for her. Again, come back. I mean, I've been trying to develop what I regard as being, I told this to David, there are ideas that are out there, like an Oracle.
Got too many accounts to trade. Need to stop buying. All this, and all this sales was so good for July 4th, so I bought a whole bunch.
There's just a huge amount of money being made in the stock market.
Yeah.
And we do not, even as a network, I feel, and I don't mean it critical network because I love it, I played for it for a long time, but it's everybody's job.
Well, it's pumping back up, huh? Yeah.
It has created tremendous wealth for people. We need to get behind it because no politician, either Biden or Trump, is willing to get behind this. No one wants to be affiliated with this wealth. They'd rather cut taxes for me and a bunch of other people who are very lucky. I'm not sitting back this way and saying, I'm so lucky, and yet they give me more. They give me more. Look at the piece down there. We're now going to offer.
Books suck. This pump is getting weak.
John Bogle said it, and Warren Buffett said it. Of course, if you bought Warren Buffett stock rather than an index fund, you did far better. I want to celebrate this wealth creation.
I think Chris said he's done after he blew that account.
They put some money away for somebody else. Look at that. Would I buy Uber
Yeah.
for yes, 1 year old?
It's over trading.
It kind of played out. Facts fly down from the make the quarter. So I mean, I can give you over, and I'm sorry to have bought.
I'm out my short in NT. That's a nice short.
I think that you can pick out some stocks for these young people and just make so much money.
Fish?
Or you can just tell them, you know what? I have no idea what's going to happen.
He's always wrong.
I am not embracing ignorance. I will not say that, you know what? You have to own 400
See, my trade station 15 minutes went short.
So you're saying maybe Proximity doesn't necessarily have to be the case.
Exactly. You can meld the two. You have $100, you put 50
Order
in an
held.
envelope, 50
long on the trade day eval.
curiosity and looking at the balance. Well, okay, we can all chat GPT these days. Yeah, it's different. Research is much different now. We have to recognize that people can do research they've never been able to. I used to go to the Midtown Library and have to ask someone for my proposal.
There we go.
Different services that are incredible, and we can use.
No, I went long for a little bit and just got out for like $50. So Greg.
If we are going to live ambitiously and tell our people to live ambitiously,
Kind of choppy for the open.
Prospect of walking in, having a portfolio like that, and then having the president whip out
Yeah.
some new policy based on his feeling or where you don't think that's as much of a vulnerability for stocks?
I think that the comeback this spring was so remarkable that I'm willing to bet that can happen. Do I think the president is good for the stock market? He sure didn't relent. And we didn't see Peter for a long time, and I'm not saying that one is the same as the other. Let others draw that conclusion. But I look at the great American companies and I say, well,
One more dip and I'll go long again.
about Microsoft. Well, I am, because Microsoft has been a huge long-term winner. Has anyone said anything good about NVIDIA? Well, I'm saying, how about Meta?
Yeah.
I mean, when I talk to people about Meta, what do I hear? Oh, he was on the Joe Rogan.
All you have is just your TPT Pro, right? You should have got trade day, man. It's $59 only. It's cheap.
These companies, I just say,
True. But, you know, that's a good deal. I mean, you trade Apex, that trailing drawdown won't matter for us, you know what I mean? $59, free activation and daily payout, man. Yeah, I would get it. I got a couple of them. Yeah, you should have used a payout from TPT and buy just one. It shouldn't be in a rush though. I remember she's telling me it's good until the end of the month. So it's no rush on that. Yeah. Let it pop. I'll short it. It'll get all-time high. Just don't like this range. And bot hasn't short yet. I need bot to go short. Bot's, yeah, bot's still eating with the long.
What's best for everyone, it depends on it. Solving today's challenges.
Orders for dinner.
Are you long?
It takes balance. CLA, CPAs, consultants, and wealth advisors will get you there.
When logic bends, when certainty's shafted.
It's hard to tell where the market's going right now.
Beyond the headlines.
I need to check my SPY put, see the screen. QQQ put is still red, negative 21%. Bad. Should be, but we are time high.
When I started Bugatti glasses, I didn't know how to turn
Yeah, too late now.
into a classy looking logo. With its magical AI powers, it not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
Around 60.
Still wants to find their dream house.
What's the level?
Life MD. Always wanted to lose weight.
986, 950. It's going. My short's about to hit on this ninja tournament. Yeah, I just went short on the Ninja Trader. Yeah, I'm up 10,000 on that account. Well, the 3-minute looks bearish squeeze. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna go up now, so I'm not gonna short on my fund account.
We do look for another raise of maybe 500,000 barrels a day when they meet again on August 3rd. We'll get stopped trading in just a moment.
Order filled.
All my Ninja Trader tournaments are short now. ES, MNQ, NQ. Yeah.
Order submitted. Innovation changes everything. With one investment,
Yeah, I think it's gonna hit 23,000 again. We wanted it long. We were waiting to buy the dip, but we got out too early.
The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was
Yeah, you
able to
did.
find online.
I haven't touched any of my
I don't want to
TPT.
lose sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
The future is here. Robots, automation, and AI. Integrating these technologies into your supply chain is complicated and expensive, and usually doesn't work.
3 minutes looks like more upside, but 15 minutes, it's hard to tell, just flatlining.
Technology and analytics working together to take your supply chain to the next
The
level.
trend today looks like it's down.
DHL supply chain. Welcome to CNBC
Yeah.
Plus, market destination.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Usually Monday or the day after the holiday is bullish, you know? Okay, I'm about to take some profit. $1,000. Q, get 50 in again.
Order submitted.
ESPN Experiences takes you behind the scenes and inside the action. Next up, the Travelers Championship. Your all-access
There we go.
pass starts here. Let's get the Jim Stop trading.
Order filled.
I got out of short. I'm gonna move it up higher.
Order submitted.
Up 12,000. I need to be up 50,000 in the top 10.
This is the kind of thing that's quietly happening. That
Yeah, so I got 50,000 already.
it doesn't get mentioned in earnings. And I think that I salute this man, Arvin Krishna, who took a stock
I'm all flat now.
for a very long time. And look at that. Look
Order
at that. He's
submitted.
great. And he came in, he said he's going to embrace the cloud. He did. He said he's going to make some acquisitions. They're going to be very good, and he has. And congratulations.
Yeah, I want to buy the dip too.
I remember Katie Huberty, who was still actively covering stocks, called it a great place to hide in tech. She upgraded a couple years ago, and what's happened since has been amazing.
She sure did. I miss her. Well, now I watch her charts, but
she's a very considerate person. Obviously, I'd love her to come out on Apple, and I did think that the government's taking a lot of cheap shots at Apple. I don't like it.
Yeah.
They moved to India. That seemed like I thought that's what the government wanted them to do.
They call it moving the goalposts.
Yes, they moved the goalposts. And by the way, I have a place in Mexico that's right next to a giant auto factory that I guess is not supposed to be. Who knew?
Jim, how about tonight? What are you looking at?
Okay, I've got my coin trader. He has done a remarkable job. I don't know if people care about CoreWeave anymore, but you know, the stock opened was at 40 and went to 156. And you know, did people who buy that make money, or did they just kind of say, you know what, I'm glad I have my index fund, but by the way, no. I mean, this is what we have to. We were Ben Stoddard and I were very positive with CoreWeave after meeting with the company and spending some time with them. Just very impressive people who were doubted and are doubted. It's very big short position. But you know what? They figured they have when you ask NVIDIA, what do you think of them? NVIDIA bought a quarter of that IPO. NVIDIA would say, great partner. Great partner.
Yeah. I mean, talk about educating the street in real time. To the IPO, right?
He said, listen, I need 3 hours, and then he took 5 hours. He said, oh, do other things, talk about the market. Everything else can be on hold. Just like I missed all those plays. But you know what? There were plenty of plays to go around.
Yeah, it's too choppy.
Just because I missed the kids' plays doesn't mean I'm not going to catch, you know.
Jim, we'll see you tonight. We'll get set shortly. A busy week.
Are you in a long? On your funded? Oh fuck, we're at 54. It's still good because 3 minute looks like it's still gonna go up. Okay, I want a long. Just need like a little dip. Yeah, there you go. Damn, nice.
You shouldn't be doing it yourself. So go to Zenju.com, and what you're going to get there is a trusted financial partner. So you can do what you do best. Run your business. Zenju.com.
This is my TimberTech story. We have wood here before. The maintenance and trying to look after it's just impossible, guy. You can't do it. On TimberTech, it's maintenance free. The advanced PVC from the naked eye, it looks as if it's real wood. There simply isn't anything there. We have historically got big hurricanes here, and we have no worries about the decking out here at all because it's so strong. Playing golf for a living, I'm traveling all the time. Knowing that we have TimberTech, that's one less thing we've got to worry about. TimberTech, it's everything wood should be.
AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much
I mean,
better.
Pets hit 200. We gotta buy it.
Upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next
Options or shares?
generation.
I'm gonna go for shares.
Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective.
Yeah, that's true.
Know which way is up.
Yeah, let me know you get it. I'll join in. I need Elon keep talking shit to Trump. I might be able to get my Tesla. I just want the why. Yeah, this politics gonna kill his ass. It's so stupid. Stick to your money.
Insurance is a wonderful asset, but what happens when you no longer
Okay.
need it anymore? You can't afford it any longer. Meet Tom and Susan. They chose to sell their policy for $200,000
Yep.
cash.
I might go long.
Now they're sailing through retirement. If you own a
Oh.
life insurance policy of $100,000 or
I'm
more,
gonna touch this funding. Well, I'm gonna touch this. Yeah, I'm gonna long on my eval on the trade day.
Too much is not enough.
See my props. I'm gonna long my Ninja Trade term. I'm gonna short so I can hedge myself.
Set the goal with another mission. That's be ambitious, be useful. That's what my father always said. Don't just waste his life away. Be useful, help other people. This is what it's all about.
Yeah.
submitted.
Here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Sarah and David have the morning off, getting set up for
Order
data, but some trade deadlines.
On a Monday too. I went long again on the eval.
18 basis points treasuries as well, rising slightly 10-year above 435. Today, Tesla sits out the party, though. Shares are sinking this morning as Elon Musk makes a U-turn back into politics. We'll talk about that. And Evercore founder Roger Altman will be with us. His latest thoughts on the markets and the fast-changing situation regarding tariffs in Washington.
But first, we're 30 minutes into the trading session. Here are three big movers we are watching this morning. Molina Healthcare, the latest health insurer to lower its annual profit forecast due to medical cost pressures. The move follows Centene's decision last week to withdraw its profit outlook. This morning, Molina down about 0.65%. Wave says it is buying data center infrastructure company Core Scientific in an all-stock transaction. Order submitted.
How long on the Pro? Trying to hit the buffer. I hope I get it. Oh dang, I'm a nice shit.
Seats in 8 to 10 House districts. Let's bring in Bill LeBeau now with more on Tesla's pullback this morning. Bill, market doesn't below Elon Musk being distracted.
They want Elon Musk to focus on Tesla. I think that's pretty clear as we've seen things play out over the last month, going back to his initial sparring with the president.
Oh
and then
shit, that's
saying,
bad
okay,
long.
let's get past this. Tesla shares went back up. Now they're under pressure. Because he posted on X that he would like to start or plans to start as the American Party. It would be
This is my 25K when I'm near the buffer.
Over the weekend, he wrote by a factor of 2
submitted.
You want a new political party, and you shall have it. Well, investors would rather have him focus more exclusively on Tesla, especially after reports that he was going to be taking over, overseeing day-to-day operations more closely in Europe and in North America. And the shares have been rallying, but that is not the case this morning. There is
Nice.
good news if you're a Tesla investor. UK sales in June up 14%. You combine this with China sales being up 40%.
I need to get out my long.
That report coming out last week. Perhaps we're seeing a bottoming in terms of the fall off in sales internationally. Nonetheless, last week the company reported Q2 deliveries of 384,000 vehicles, 122.
Oh, I need to get out too.
Just
Come on, baby. Let me get out of here.
the estimate, but I wouldn't really call it a miss. The estimate was
9:30 is my long.
but this is the focus that most believe Elon Musk should have when it comes to Tesla.
Yeah, I got out. I got out. I want to get a different long. Gets lower. I made $6 on the other one, so I can cash out $6.
Is perhaps the most bullish analyst on Wall Street when it comes to Tesla. He will tell you that things are going to get better, that Elon is the man when he's focused on Tesla. But he put out a note essentially saying this is not what investors want. They don't want Elon Musk focusing on political activities or spending most of his time talking about politics and fighting with the president. He wrote Tesla needs Musk as CEO and its biggest asset and not heading down the political route yet.
Dropping
While at the same
long.
time getting on Trump's bad side. No indication that this is getting on the president's bad side. The president responded by calling Elon's suggestion of a third party ridiculous. He says Elon is off the rails. But there was nothing by the president so far that is, hey, you keep coming at me, we're really going to take some action against Tesla. And that is the concern for investors.
Yeah, Phil, certainly the one downgrade we got today doesn't talk so much about relationship with the president, doesn't talk so much about auto deliveries. It's more about coming out on the losing end of this giant legislation that we got now.
Right, regulatory credits. And to what extent the zero-emission vehicle credits, which have been very lucrative for Tesla. I think brought in $2.5 billion last year, to the extent that those might be in danger. Remember, those are not tied into CAFE standards. They are tied into greenhouse gas emissions. And yes, the president has said, hey, nobody has to listen to the CARB standards anymore. That's going to be fought out in court. So it truly is unclear how much
of that ZEV credit revenue could be at risk for Tesla. That's the note that's out today. But there's no doubt, Carl, when you look at the stock down 7% today, I think investors are saying, what are we focused on here? What is Elon focused on here? And if it's Tesla, I think that's what they want. If it's politics, and then there's probably more than a few who are saying, okay, this is not getting us going in the direction we need.
I need $60 more to hit the buffer on my other TPT. Yeah. Fuck you. You go long. Long looks ugly. I don't know, man. Maybe hit 900 again. I'm gonna wait.
To trade and tariff week at the White House once again. We are expecting a lot of movement here just over the next few days. Starting, of course, later today, the president posted overnight on Truth Social that starting at noon today, the U.S. tariff letters and or deals, as he calls
I do have a long on my, what is it, my trade day eval.
He will reach out to countries and let them know the tariff that he says they will have to pay to do business with the U.S. Ends up being a tariff on their exports to the United States, paid for by whoever buys those exports. But he says he's setting those rates as soon as later today. Officials say those letters will be going out over the next 3 days. But Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told CNBC this morning that there is potentially still some time to negotiate and that new offers are still coming in. Take a listen.
My mailbox was full last night with a lot of new offers, a lot of new proposals. So it's going to be a busy couple of days. But importantly, too, that President Trump has said that the countries would not go back to the reciprocal rate until August 1st.
Effectively
There we
moving
go.
the goalpost again.
No. I want to bet along.
To take effect. Now, just one point of clarity on that. The July 9th deadline for the reciprocal rates to kick back in is written into law via executive order.
So, Gail, on TPT, you can take out $5, $10 to the wallet, but once you move your wallet to the bank, it needs to be $250, or they'll charge you like a $60 fee. $50 fee, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, that was a new Truth Social post that came out overnight as well after the BRICS countries this weekend put out a statement following their joint conference saying that they weren't exactly a fan of unilateral tariffs. The president then saying anybody that aligned with that would see a 10% higher tariff additional.
TPT is the best, Gail.
Now, we haven't seen formal text on that, and we would have to see something there in order for that to take effect.
Alright, fuck this. Going long again. Come on, trade day. On trade day, eval. There we go. Because all those people in the tournament, all they got like $700, $600. I'm only up $150. I'm trying to win my own contest. Yeah, 7 days. So 7 days, 3,000. I need to see how much I need to make. 3,000 divided by 7. So I need to make $428 at least per day.
Supposed to be an embargo. I mean, it's kind of messy.
And once I get fun, I'm just gonna YOLO that shit.
Keeping track of it for us. Let's dig into the broader market and stocks. Pull back just a bit from the record.
Yeah.
Samir Samana joins us now, Wells Fargo Investment Institute Senior Global Market Strategist. Samir, good morning. You know, it's 3 months ago today that the S&P made its intraday low, up 30% since then. That was the moment of peak uncertainty. A lot of that uncertainty has evaporated now. Some more confidence in the outlook for the second half. How does that set the market up to you?
Yeah, I mean, look, we unfortunately find ourselves back at close to fair value. You know, you're targeted 6,000 before the tariffs kind of came into play. We were at 6,500. Maybe the truth is somewhere in between, but I think it'd be fair to say that you're at fair value, and so you start to kind of have that conversation around, you know, all right.
The ads is doing good. It's getting all of my funded future payout.
You know, I think at least for the momentum, given
That's due.
some of the technicals, there's the possibility that we could
I haven't got any payout in my funded futures in a while. Been working on TPT now.
you still have a problem with, you know, rates that are still, you know, a little high on the shorter end for markets, right? Even the Fed will say
Jarvin, yeah, he got scammed by Jarvin. Yeah.
Standpoint, and then from an earnings standpoint, we still don't know how that's going to impact, you know, tariffs will impact earnings. I gotta think that they probably at some point having
Yeah, he's the one that made the stupid token and rug pull everybody with Jarvin, right?
probably not a bad time to take
Yeah.
some profits, but at the same time, I will acknowledge that the trend is higher.
Yeah, I mean,
Fuck, I don't think so. Last time I was in there, he wasn't. We can still get in. I think we have lifetime. Oh, you don't have lifetime?
especially if things start to soften up in the economy. And then when it comes to
He won't say hi to me on the Tradeify Discord.
second quarter results, it feels as if those estimates have really come in quite a bit.
Yeah, no, you're spot on, right? I mean, I think the top line is supposed to come in at about 3%, growth, and the bottom line is supposed to be 4%. I mean, that compares to like 7 and 15 last quarter, so clearly much lower expectations for this quarter relative to the last quarter. But again, we know the dance, right? We've got really low bars. A lot of the companies will beat, but I think the real key will be, look, how much demand deterioration are you seeing if you're passing tariff prices along, or are you eating the tariffs, in which case your profit margins are coming down? So I think that's the tricky part. Is the real question now becomes who's paying the tariff?
How long do you think it'll take for us to really get an answer to that question, Samir, especially now that, we're looking a few more weeks out for potentially a bit more clarity on that front?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's the tricky part, right? Is first you have to set the tariff rates, and then you've got to figure out, kind of who's going to pay them. So it wouldn't surprise us.
Looks like it's
if that's,
chopping
maybe a
down
question
this
that's
whole
answered
time.
sometime probably in 2026. Now, look, markets aren't going to wait until 2026.
Order
Right?
Oh, I'm long again on trade A.
Exporters outside the U.S. that are paying them, at least initially, which I think the market's taking as positive.
So does that lead you to any kind of call on international exposure, Samir?
So really, the dollar's kind of the key, and with it pretty oversold now, it could be that the administration is.
Yeah, it
happy
looks
to
like
see it
3
oversold.
minutes
Maybe they
might
want to
go
see it
down a
lower.
little more.
We do think that there's a sense out there that it's a universal trade, a pretty crowded trade.
Order
so
filled.
Wow.
still favor the U.S. over international. If
Order
the dollar
submitted.
rally, let's say somewhere to that 105, 107 level on the Dixie, I think we would at least consider developed markets. Emerging markets are probably a little bit of a different animal, but I think developed markets could make some sense as maybe kind of a second tier choice after the U.S.
I know that you feel as if it's still kind of prudent to stick with higher quality parts of the U.S. market. That has actually been a very successful way of approaching things because it has included enough of the big cap kind of AI exposure. Are you paying up too much for quality right now? Is there an opportunity cost there? Do you feel as if that's still a good trade-off?
We think it's still a good trade-off because, I mean, look, the tricky part is when I look at the Russell 2000, which is small caps, it's a small cap index, and I mean, that trades at 27, 28 times. Now, someone would push back and say, look, a lot of those companies don't make any money, to which I would respond, yeah, that's why we want to stay away from those. They're not making any money, and what I would consider an otherwise
Order
good
filled.
fits.
Went back along at 23.
And look, I don't like multiples where they are here 24 times, but considering the fact that rates on the long end especially are still, well behaved, I think you could still take kind of the risk on the higher quality, higher growth areas of the market.
Yeah, we'll see, how we define well behaved if we go up another 30 basis points on the 10s. It feels like it's a pretty sensitive
I want to make some more money on my
Thank you
pro.
very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get a look at our roadmap for the rest of the hour. Coming back to the break, Evercore's founder Roger Altman's with us with a warning for the market about why tariffs might lead to less growth and more inflation.
Plus, is America facing a deficit reckoning after the passage of the Big Beautiful Bill? We'll talk about the potential major headwind for investors.
And Core deal for the future of AI. CoreWeave just announcing a multi-billion-dollar tie-up with Core Scientific. That story and much more when Squawk on the Street returns.
What do you want to do? You want to long? I'll join you on my TPT. I'll put 9.14 in case we hit.
Fees really start to add up, and that eats directly into your potential returns. I found that public is really the
Order filled.
offers
My short hit.
rebates on your option
Order
trades,
submitted.
which help offset those costs. For me, when it comes to investing, timing is everything, and public allows me to get a step ahead.
Order filled.
surviving.
Order fill.
Competition. America's top states for business is back. This year, states are tackling tariffs, budget cuts, finding
Order
loopholes in a
fill.
time of national economic uncertainty. Last year, Virginia took the honors. Which state will be the top state for business this year?
Convention law.
Business.
Order fill. Order submitted.
CNBC Plus.
Order canceled. Buyers have a very particular set of
Ooh, that was a good one.
Order submitted. They can hunt down the latest trends. Highly trained, deal-making professionals who travel.
$30 more. I'll be on the buffer. Let's go. One more dump, baby. It might dump under 900 soon, so careful, okay? 15 minutes looks bad. I won't get out this long. There you go.
It just says ain't.
You bought 8.
Well, if there, you can paint a whole room for under $100. How much did you spend?
Like a lot, or
I thought you said you researched this.
Aren't all paints the same? No, they're not. Don't overpay for your next project. Get fair quality at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
The Trump economic agenda, as I've said many times, it's a three-legged stool. It's trade, it's tax, and it's deregulation. So, I also believe that the substantial amount of deregulation that we're doing is going to accelerate economic growth. And the important thing, too, is we're going to have economic growth in a non-inflationary manner, unlike we saw in the previous 4 years.
Treasury Secretary Bessent on Squawk this morning talking about why he thinks the Trump administration's policies will boost growth. Our next guest, though, says
Yeah, no news is choppy.
less growth and possibly more inflation. Joining us this morning, Evercore ISI founder and senior chairman Roger Altman. Roger, happy Monday. Good to see you.
Hey, Carl, nice to see you.
I'm going to guess that at least when it comes to tariffs, your view about the
Order
impact is maybe
submitted.
less benign than the Treasury Secretary's.
But why don't we step back for a second and set the stage a little and come to tariffs? So to me, there's a rather
Order
fascinating
submitted.
paradox around the markets right now, or at least around equities. At one level, there's signs of a perceptible slowing in the U.S. economy. Take growth forecasts themselves. At the beginning of the year, New Year's, consensus expectation for the U.S. was 2 to 2.5%. It's currently 1% or a little less. Our own forecast is 0.9%. So quite a change in the 2025 outlook. And you see some weakness in private sector job growth. You see interest rates a little lower than you would expect in a strong economy. You see oil prices weaker. You have that backdrop. At another level, stocks want to go up. You have the AI revolution. You have inflation moderating. You have Trump on a roll, and so forth. And the $64 billion question is, which of these two frameworks is going to prevail? Now, on tariffs themselves, I just think there's a basic reality about tariffs. Your previous guest was talking about who pays them. In the long run, consumers pay them. I think there's just overwhelming evidence to that effect. Yes, short run, you could have some of the retailers or some of the retailers, for example, swallowing part of them, but in the medium and long run, consumers pay them. They raise prices, therefore they reduce consumption, therefore they reduce production, therefore they reduce growth. That is what tariffs do. And it looks as though, although there's so much noise around all this, that when all the dust settles, we're going to end up with about a 15 to 20% weighted average tariff, which is up from 3% when President Trump took office. That is not.
You know how to use that?
For growth. It's just basic.
So to use your term, why do you think the market then wants to
It's hard to understand it, right?
Investors who are huge believers in the AI revolution, and that it's going to be the equivalent of the industrial revolution. They may see that as enormously bullish for productivity and really transformational, and that it transcends the short-term questions of tariffs or other matters. There's that point of view. And then there are those who think that the tariffs just aren't going to be that consequential, even if they are at 15 to 20%, they're going to reduce economic results very modestly, and they're not going to end up being a big factor. I don't happen to agree with that, but that's another view. There's just a lot of bullishness around, including that the president, to give him credit, has had a series of recent successes. The NATO defense budget commitments, the Iran conflict, obviously he just passed his most important legislative priority,
Damn,
Big
laptop.
Beautiful Bill Act and so forth. So there are just two strong points of view here, different colliding points of view, and it'll take a while to see which one prevails, at least in terms of equities.
And a lot of it does come down to the big variable of growth. I know you've been studying the impact of the recent tax and spending plan on the U.S. deficit. The big project that came out today looking at what it all means, what the consequences are of a deficit that ultimately gets out of control. We'll discuss that more in detail later in the show. But I'm just curious, from your perspective, what do you think the likelihood is, as the White House has been saying, that GDP will essentially solve any deficit issues we have? That by extending the 2017 tax cuts and spurring growth, that,
Might be a good long. Should I join you? Let me see. Nice.
So there's not a lot of inherent upside from the point of view of short to medium term economic growth. And overall, the fiscal impacts of the bill are dreadful. And that's probably an understatement. I mean, look, we have, in round numbers, a $2 trillion fiscal deficit. We have that overall solid U.S. economic condition. This bill expands the deficit by about 50% over the medium term. That is not good. It also adds $3.5 trillion to the national debt over 10 years. That is not good. And at some point, and I'm not nearly smart enough to know when, there's going to be a reckoning over all this. Maybe it occurs during President Trump's term, maybe it doesn't. But I don't see this bill improving growth, and I don't think most economists see that. Most economic forecasts around the bill do not incorporate meaningfully higher growth. And by the way, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017 added very little to growth. And this is modeled after that, although it's a bigger bill. So I don't see the argument that this is going to that growth is going to skyrocket.
I have a short on Ninja Trade at 75, but I don't think we're going to hit it.
Yeah, I mean, the market in its sort of short-sighted version is saying, okay, well, at least there's no fiscal payback. We're going to have to deal with initially. We're still running 6+% of GDP deficits, Roger.
Don't go on to 75. You actually use that?
Focusing on in terms of what it could mean. It seems this catch-all, this kind of general kind of fairy dust you sprinkle across the economy.
Is it good?
Businesses feel better. They have less to worry about in terms of compliance and regulation, things like that. How do you think it manifests itself
Shocking.
In the real economy?
I think there have been periods when deregulation.
Let me post this lucid last day for the sale.
I'm not sure whether that's going to be the case.
Man, I need to touch my TPT, man. This movement sucks. Yeah. I like choppy days, and I hate trend day. I always go against the trend and end up blowing. Yeah. But not copy trading saved me a lot of money.
That this is going to be a big contributor to economic performance,
No.
Some big unanswerables at the moment.
What's weird? I pay for the lifetime of Apex Copy Trader, right? I can't even log in anymore. I don't know. It said my login's invalid, but I have a lifetime subscription. But I guess it's a sign not to copy trade, so I'm not gonna do it. What up? I don't really trade Apex anymore. That's like my last on the list to trade.
You can see those shares of Core Weaver down, Core Scientific down more than 21%. right now. We'll be back after the break.
Yeah, I mean, Apex, that's where most of my payout comes from, really. What's up, man? Wait, are you in Disney? Yeah, you're in Disney, right? Ah, enjoyed it.
This
Oh. Wait, it's 1 hour ahead if you're in Florida. Yeah. Oh, 2 hours Eastern time. Yeah.
for 18 months. Just to be clear, that's a year and a half. I'm talking about no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. We don't know when we'll be able to offer this special financing again. So get in on this while you can. And did you know over 60% of all our customers choose to finance? It just makes sense. But hold on, why choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place? Well, we use an
Yeah, Universe is better. Wait, how old's your kid?
needs painting. It's twice as strong as vinyl. And it was
Okay, yeah. The teenagers, they will love Universal, but the little kid will love Disney.
Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and warm weather brings bugs. Lots of them. Beat it, bugs. Not on our watch. Our patio doors are designed to slide easily. They're not going to stick and let the bugs in. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry
Yeah,
door,
market
and
is
there's
just
no money down,
chop.
no monthly payments, and no interest
They make 400,
until
nice.
January of 2027. Get them now and pay down the line. And how about this? Anderson products will increase your home's value by 15%. It's true.
Yep.
Get out your phone, plug in your home's value, and multiply it by 0.15. That number could pay for your new windows. Now that's what I'm talking about. Book a free window and door inspection with us and make sure to call before July 31st to lock in our special financing. 1-800-918-080.
One more drop, I'll go long. Looks like long might be the play now. Bot never went short, so yeah, it can't go short above 900. Yeah, bot's been long.
Welcome back. One of the year's hottest IPOs just announcing a big deal in the AI space. CoreWeave says it's buying Core Scientific in an all-stock transaction. Our Christina Partsinevelos joins us with some details. Morning, KB.
Later, buddy.
To acquire, like you said, former crypto mining heavyweight Core Scientific. The deal values Core Scientific at about $20.40 per share, which is a hefty 66 premium, and is expected to close later this year. But this move really just isn't about real estate; it's strategic. So CoreWeave
He works out Lockheed Martin. They make a lot.
Core Scientific paying roughly about $850 million. That means CoreWeave is Core Scientific's largest tenant. By buying the company outright, CoreWeave gains control of at least 10 data centers across the U.S. and a projected, key point, projected 1.3 gigawatts of power capacity by 2027. Crucial assets.
Every pump's getting knocked back down, so maybe it's not good to go long. The Melody, get 20 points before the Bulenox giveaway later. You should try Bulenox too. Oh no, the PA is too expensive for you. No, it's lifetime fee. No, every 10 days. Once a month if Phidias.
CoreWeave is about 3.5% lower. Core Scientific is down about 21%. Now about $6 below its acquisition price. But keep in mind, just on the last month or so, Core Scientific is still up. This news
I wanna
kind of
go
came
long.
out over the last 2 weeks, so you did see it. Order canceled.
I'm gonna go long. I'm gonna go.
Order filled.
There we go.
Order submitted.
I'm good on eval though, so don't follow me on your pro.
And trading at such a discount to the
Order canceled.
Oh, I'm out.
aspect of it.
Order submitted.
Fund it, given the high levels of debt. That is constant a concern for a lot of investors, especially
Order filled.
Back in long again. Fish is long. I might long on my funded. If I blow it, I'm gonna blend fish.
this massive company that they failed to do so last year because they didn't.
I'm long on my TPT now. The one with a payout. Fuck you, fish.
Order canceled.
Yeah, I'm out. 13 bucks. Gonna be my 20 days in a row payout. Let's go. I want to go for $50. No, I only have $13. I need like 50 to get some food. But I'm out though. I 5 points.
Can't release the update this morning and setting a message on its website. It is still working with local and state.
Well, you're set for a payout, right?
Search for the missing girls. Meanwhile, flood watches.
What days are you in? Like 12 days in a row, 14 days in a row, right? Nice.
Forecasters say slow-moving scattered storms could bring 2 to 4 inches of rain with up to 10 inches of localized rainfall possible.
Can't hate on those daily payouts, man.
To improve tomorrow. And President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are expected to discuss Iran's nuclear ambitions as they meet today at the White House. The meeting also comes as Israel holds indirect ceasefire talks with Hamas. The president suggested yesterday there is a good chance a deal could be reached this week. Leslie, turn it back to you. All right, Savannah, thank you. Up next, the newly signed spending bill could add trillions to the deficit over the next decade, and experts are warning what might happen if the country doesn't rein in its spending. Those details next. Plus, why OPEC's surprise move this weekend might not be the most important factor right now for the energy markets. Oil currently up about 0.85%. We'll be back. We'll be right back.
I need to yellow this TPT. I'm sorry, the TTT. So I'm gonna put a long at 909 if we hit. Yeah, heavy firm that I actually promote. I don't use a free one, I just buy it myself. What's wrong with it? Oh, your credits? I emailed them. Yeah, go what's it? Incognito mode and then talk to them and you'll get somebody quick.
We ran a promotion cutting the price of Mint Unlimited in half. And it was so popular, we're doing it again. It's like a sequel that's actually as good as the original. Maybe better. Definitely not worse. Okay, it's exactly the same.
What I look for in a contractor is someone who's reliable and skillful. That's where Angie comes in. With top-rated pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project.
I'm gonna
top-rated
try to
pros
long.
Order can't order bill. Order submitted.
Copper prices breaking all-time highs. US gold
Trying to hit the buffer on this one.
tremendous leverage to both gold and copper and its project.
Order
filled.
Yeah, out.
US Gold Corp has
Order submitted.
1.5 million ounces of gold equivalents.
Yeah, $2,500.
Shares outstanding in a portfolio of world-class American strategic metals assets. US Gold Corp. Join the golden age.
Buster Frank again. Let's go get another Frank.
Now, whether you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local lake has all the best breakfast, like Big Green Egg,
But I'm trying to put 19 to like about 10 years. But how do we actually get there on this program? It's free, it's backed by actual experts, and it doesn't ask you to be perfect.
Yeah, everything looks bad.
Like real support.
Like it wants to drop, but something's holding it up. Even the squeezes on the radar, it looks gonna go changed to the downside.
Has been exploring what a fiscal crisis
So I was waiting on something. Maybe Trump's gonna tweet something later. Yeah, I'm all flat now. All my long is done. Took profit.
That America experiences a crisis related to its deficit or debt levels.
I think that there's more than a 50% chance that in 3 years, give or take a year or two.
Yeah, I'm bearish too, Sean, because it wants to dump, but I don't know why it's staying up, so I'm just gonna wait.
Over the weekend, posted that the bill is expected to boost the debt, which is now the same size as GDP, to more than 130% of GDP, or $425,000 per American family in a decade. Dahlia warned that, quote, unless this path is soon rectified, big, painful disruptions will likely occur. PIMCO CIO Dan Iveson was a bit more sanguine in our conversation before the recent legislation was signed. He said the risk that the market loses confidence in U.S. assets because of its debt load remains low.
It's dropping.
The firm had been cutting exposure to long-dated U.S. Treasuries, something Iveson said
Yeah.
is because other countries
Careful long if you're long.
has at least as good of a rate than the U.S. and is running much more prudent fiscal policy.
If we lose 900, it might be bad.
if we don't see signs of attempting to get debt under control, those probabilities of a crisis.
Maybe on eval I'd do it, but not on my funded.
Will steadily go higher with time. And then again, when people worry about these tail scenarios,
Two guys, 3 more TPT eval I need to touch.
to against those types of risks.
Economists try to estimate how much investors will want to be compensated for longer-term risks like the federal budget.
This trade day, intraday is not bad at all. It's like playing with Apex. It's easy for us.
In more than a decade. It's pulled back since then, but does remain elevated. Still, the bond vigilantes have been somewhat dormant lately, something Ed Yardeni has recently attributed to the prospect that a new Fed chair will lower rates and refinance the long end of the curve. To learn more about the potential market ramifications of America's debt load and dive into what it all means for the economy and international relations, check out our multimedia special report.
Yeah, I think we trade better on voice. If we're not on voice, we're just gonna hit long and short every minute. I want Fish to join up on voice, but he hasn't done it lately. Like, I want those $100,000 payout. Shit. Yeah.
Do see things that are perceived as potential engineering or trying to kind of engineer your way out of a fiscal
Let me put a long at 9:10. Just in case.
And so that's something that Yardeni has been writing about, this idea of, potential yield controls, what that might mean, and the risk of inflaming vigilantes. But for now, they seem to be
Ass blew his stuff, and he's saying he's gonna wait. Then I'm thinking the same thing. I'm 32nd place. Hell yeah! Check this score. Mini Trader posted a screenshot. Yeah, that's pretty good. I need a pump and I can YOLO and get more.
It's really based on the fact that they still issue mostly on the short end. So it's kind of like the math is pretty clear on that. Yeah, but the idea of terming out the debt is kind of wild anyway. The market doesn't have the capacity for us to just roll it into 10-year paper. Right. And by the way, the average rate being paid by the federal government right now is like 3.6%. Yeah. 10s are higher than that already. So why would you want to term it out?
Yeah, last year it was 3.4%.
It's going up, obviously, every day. But that's
still pretty low.
Really cool projects. Leslie, thanks for sharing with viewers. Still to come this morning, a closer look at one of the biggest sector winners from the tax bill, trading near its highest levels of the year. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's not gonna shorten to maybe under 900, so that's why I'm not shorting. I'm just longing, not trying to fade a bot.
Renewal by Anderson. Replace your windows, your patio doors, or your entry door, and we're going to give you an amazing opportunity. You ready?
My July condo's all booked out.
Zero cents nada for
Yeah.
18 months. Just to be clear, that's a year and a half. I'm talking about no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest.
It doesn't get booked till like a month before most of the time. So, yeah, that's why I was asking. Like, give me 2 months in advance. It's been a long this one payday. Can't wait anymore.
Why choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place? Well, we use it.
There we go. In and out.
It's called Fibrix. It never needs painting. It's twice as strong as vinyl. And it was designed to handle extreme temperature swings.
No. It's before you come in and then after you leave. But they give you enough toilet papers and paper and towels, so you don't have to worry. What do you mean? Like still the goodies? Yeah. They have like the owner's closet. It's locked up, so I have the key. So when I have my floaties and and other stuff there. My toothbrush, toothpaste.
Increase your home's value by 15%. It's true. Get out your phone, plug in your home's value, and multiply it by 0.15.
Make sure you buy water at like CVS or Walgreens because it's expensive buying water at the casino.
Book a free window and door
Yeah,
inspection
because we have a full-size kitchen and a full-size fridge. Yeah, microwave too, yeah.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superboost by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order.
Let me know how that four-wheeler is. I actually want to do that. Was it fun? It's so hot though. Oh no, you're going in September, so it might be better. Yeah, that's early though. How much was it?
The NBC Plus.
Does it come with free lunch?
From President Trump's big, beautiful bill, Courtney Reagan.
From the hotel? Oh yeah, that's good.
So retailers will have to think a little bit more today, I think, than at least earlier last week with both this tariff deadline
Hey,
extension.
I want to take a tray, but
President's spending bill. So the XRT is down slightly, about 0.5%, but we are seeing other names trading higher, like Tractor Supply, Ralph Lauren, Tapestry, Dollar Tree, among the early winners today, in an otherwise fairly down market. But for retailers, you're right. It's the detail of the big, beautiful bill that mattered most, not raising the corporate tax rate. They are full payers at that 21%. And I was told priority number 1 through 50, according to RELA, which lobbied on behalf of the retail industry and confirmed by retail executives. They needed that corporate tax rate to stay at 21%. The next priority, the business SALT rate, which, if changed, could have added between 2 and 6%, the lobby group said, to that 21% corporate tax rate. But also phasing out the commercial
Lena's
by
killing it.
July
She's
2027
milking APAC.
will evens the playing field for U.S. retailers, according to RELA. Now, while the group won't name names, it's understood. That means it makes it harder for Shein and Temu and others that built businesses shipping very inexpensive goods directly to U.S. consumers without paying import duties. And while the
Let me see if I should long here. Hold on.
China
Nope.
businesses specifically,
Fish still long, isn't he?
codifies it with
Let me ask him.
Now, there may be some impact for the retail jobs that accept tips that are now subject to less tax, like say
I want to
Target
join
owners
in
that
and get
say
some
order submitted.
escape.
Those implications are a little less clear at
Yeah.
this point. I'm told it's more about
Oh damn, my
how
TTT
retailers
is
need to
long.
appropriately implement their savings so they are taxing appropriately for the changes with the tips. Leslie,
Order
There we go. I need $8 to be above the buffer. Let's go. Yeah, get both the payout. Let's fucking go, baby. Yeah, I got out too early though.
Uncertainty, not actuality. I know you believe that when it comes to tariffs, at least the uncertainty is actually doing more damage than the actuality.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, everything's going well. If you take a look at it.
Oh, we added at 17.
All these threats of tariffs have certainly caused trouble.
Yeah, he should be green now.
Now that look to be imposed. Don't look too high for retailers to handle. So if you're under 20% or less, it basically gets absorbed somewhere in the system. Small price increases, but nothing the consumers are even going to notice. Most of it absorbed at the source or throughout the supply chain. And that looks like where it's going to head up. You know, so far the tariffs have been more noise than action when you look at what's really happened. You know, there's that phrase sort of around taco, you know, the Trump always chickens out.
Yeah, that was a good long there. That was long at 9:10. Took profit way too early. Oh well.
When it looked like there were issues, those crazy reciprocal tariffs on 150% or so for China, those came down. So, you know, he looks around, sees what's going on. The team prevents it from getting too horrific. And again, in that 20% or less range, it's just not a big problem. And the spending bill that passed adds liquidity to the consumer. You know, the people kind of know the deficit's too high, but they don't experience that in their everyday life. What they look at is their tax bill, and if that's better, they got more money to spend, they're going to spend what's in their pocket.
So with that tapas notion then, do you think the administration sees that 20% baseline as kind of the goal here and won't go beyond that for some key trading partners?
I don't know. You know, there's been we're seeing a negotiation in process, and when the big numbers are thrown out, everyone gets
drop
upset,
again.
and they know that. That's how they use that, is in order to upset people. You know, if they go much higher.
Alright, sooner or later we're gonna get caught going wrong. It's 15 minutes. Look at the oscillator on the 15 minutes. It's going down. Yeah, it's going to flush later.
When they put tariffs on a lot of Chinese employees, etc. And the study that showed 87% of those were absorbed at the source by the Chinese manufacturers. Again, that was a 15% kind of tariff. And you know, as long as we're in that range, we're actually okay. You know, Jerry, one thing we've seen since the election, and even predates that, but it's been pronounced, is the very largest retailers have done fine stock market-wise, but there has been some more pressure on the average chain retailer out there relative to the giants. I mean, does that just tell you, how easy or tough it is to absorb the tariffs, or is there something else going on? I think your tariff lens would be wrong. I think you're right. They're better
which one?
negotiate better deals, but the reality is those same companies have been doing well for a long
I always get those out. I don't use it for myself.
Going back to pre-pandemic days, you're talking about Walmart.
Yeah, I never use it for myself. I think it's wrong. Because like all those other influencer on Twitter, they use it for themselves. Oh, they make like fake Twitter account and got the fake one to win so they can use it. Those motherfuckers shady as hell. But nah, I believe in karma though. I don't want to fuck anybody over. Yeah, they give out for free. The only one that told me to use it for myself is the TickTick because they want me to document my trading.
When we come right back, don't go away. Real-time exchange sector sorting sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs. Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, hardware you can rely on, to manage it all, whatever the stage. Businesses that grow.
Ooh, that drop.
Breaking news. Markets very volatile.
Here we go.
Order canceled.
I'm
Order
longing a little
Order
bit
submitted.
on the eval. Yeah, 919 on my trade day. I'm trying to get 400 so I can stop on that account. Don't fuck me. Oh, I need to work on my Apex. I haven't touched my Apex yet.
Order submitted.
Yeah, I need to stop buying evals. That's what I need to do. Quit buying. Oh shit. My TPT Pro is going to hit if it hit 912. There you go. Fuck. Yeah, I'm above buffer. $7 over. Double the payout. Yeah. That's 25K though.
Need Bulenox
Yeah.
an LED light therapy mask quickly proven to reduce fine lines and wrinkles.
Hey, see it? I posted on Discord. I'm gonna try again. Get some more out of it.
Order submitted. Feel like water has such a big impact on the way
Shit,
that
fucking
hair,
Order filled.
body, and moisture. Using this filter
Order
has
filled.
such a huge impact on the
Order
way
filled.
to do weight loss maintenance and just kind of get out of
Damn.
curated upgrades. Elevated design for thoughtful living. Luna.
It's getting scary now, dude. It's long. No, no.
Delivered on
I put 905 along. It's kind of scared, to be honest.
Welcome back. Making some big moves over the weekend with a larger than expected production hike for August, adding more oil to an already well-supplied market. There's another
Order
factor
filled. Order submitted.
on crude prices. Brian Sullivan joins us now. Brian, what are those?
Yeah, I think both things that could
Nice.
impact crude prices might begin with the letter T. I'm going to get to them in just 1 second. Here's the news. Over the weekend, OPEC.
Whoa, shit, I went long already. No, I'm long on 905. Yeah, shit. What the fuck was that? Yeah, I knew it. Get me out of here. Yeah, I'm still trying to get more green. Okay, I got it. I got $15. I'm up. Man, I knew this shit's gonna dump.
About 1.9 million barrels a day back to the market. That is a market, by the way.
Oh, fuck.
That is well
Fish.
supplied, but here are the two T's. One is Trump.
I think he averaged down more. Yeah, but he's holding a red one.
That's the same day as the big OPEC seminar, basically a 2-day conference. Kicks off in Vienna, Austria. We will, by the way, be there.
There you
Now,
go.
if those tariffs kick in, I need to remind you, Mike.
I think that was the dip, man.
Stocks. Okay, let's take a look at it. When the tariffs were hit in early
What was it?
April
Not
and
888. I'm gonna have a long at 889 in case we do hit that again.
oil stocks took the same hit, guys. Look at that. Boom. Down. They've rebounded. The question is, if for some reason we get these tariffs that are put back on, I just heard all the acronyms, tapas, taco, whatever. If the
It might.
tariffs
Well, 6 minutes we'll know what's gonna happen. Be at 10 o'clock.
back down 45, $50 a barrel.
Yeah, they bottom up. That dip was weird. That was scary though.
Reaction to the maximum tariff levels in April.
See how much money I have. Like 16 and 15 I can cash out. So $30. That's enough for lunch. Shit, it's still dropping though.
Kick to the oil price.
There are many other factors, not the least of which is China.
Yeah.
We're going to talk more about China later on this week from the OPEC seminar because there's been a lot of chatter, Mike, as you know. What happens with China leadership? Does Xi Jinping maybe get replaced with somebody?
I'm still long at 919 on my trade day eval.
When it comes to their economic growth, that maybe you have a little more demand. But look at what's interesting right now. OPEC is adding more barrels to a market that is, I don't want to say say uneasy, but it's certainly paying attention to the potential tariffs. So, while yes, the price of oil is not moving a lot right now, if we get a combination of tariffs, maybe even on a region, a Europe or some kind of major oil-using area, and the combination of more oil on the market.
Let me see if bot's gonna go short. Oh shit, bot. No. Bot might go short later. Oh shit, something hit.
For the S&P, Mike, I get it, small percentage, but it's still hundreds of billions of dollars a day in investments.
It might go short later.
It's not like geopolitical instability has gone away. We do have the Houthi rebels on the tape claiming the attack on this bulk carrier, which is now sinking.
Order filled.
How much does that count for the price?
Order submitted.
Oh boy.
But not yet.
Order filled. Order submitted.
This is something people are watching. There was some chatter out there that, is Iran going to do something to the Strait of Hormuz? I want to reiterate, it is never, ever
order filled.
Yeah. Just needed time. Shit, I think bot went short, right?
Order filled.
Yeah, bot went short. Oh fuck, I need to cancel my long. Nope. I'm long at 888 on some of my funded. I knew it. Bot went short at 891. Yeah, but I need to get out and stay out now. 890.
Some of the biggest losers in the S&P this morning in early trade. Plus, really, Google and Facebook investor Roger McNamee will weigh in on this AI frenzy.
Yeah.
This talent poaching spree from OpenAI. That's money movers.
I'm trying to make some money out of it now. Getting greedy. Come on, give me a little pump.
Order submitted.
We're negative 76%, 0.76. I don't know. I want to short. I might if we get a little pump.
Bubbly water, no bubbles. So what did you do this weekend?
I just need to get out first. There we go. Come on. Out on this.
For the perfect underwear, Tommy John combines innovation and excellence in
But
everything.
my trade day is not looking good. I may have to average down. What is it? 80?
Order submitted.
We've also crafted indulgently soft second skin sleepwear for him and her for luxurious evenings and mornings. Invest in your
You think so?
comfort free. If you don't love your first purchase, we'll make it right. Because if you dress to the nines, your underwear should be a 10. Go to TommyJohn.com now for 30% off site-wide.
Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy.
So I'm up $25 on the Pro, my new one, and then 15 on the other one. So decent lunch money.
We're not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
500? Nice. Yeah, you should stop, dude. 500 for one day payout is good. So 500 each or just 500 total? Oh no, that's good. Yeah, just stop. I mean, if it goes low a day again, long that shit. I'm just trying to get out. The only thing I'm long now is that trade day. Everything else looks good. I'm flat. I gotta go pee. I'll be back.
Experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Overnight about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always one. Closing bell overtime. Weekdays 4 Eastern. That's streaming on CNBC Plus.
Alright. There we go. Pump that shit. And my pee smell like Vietnamese coffee. My restaurant's like right next to my office. Intraday is not that bad, Wick.
issue facing the 5 big tech leaders in the space.
And with the president's big, beautiful bill now law, we will dig into what it means for renewable energy and how it might complicate America's big data center build-out.
Checking in on the broader markets now, the three major equity indexes near.
Yeah, I need 919. I want to get out. That was fun. Longing. Buying the dip always work now. Now? Let me check. I don't know, I might go down some more. 3 minutes still looks bad. 15 minutes for sure looks bad. Like, it want to drop more. Maybe under 850. Yeah, I don't know. Just me saying it. I don't know if it's true. I do want a long again, though. It needs to go under a little bit.
Be the 1st of August, so maybe it's being pushed out another 3-4 weeks. And then, of course, we've got the US-China deadline also on the 12th of August. And just like you said, it's pretty much a self-imposed deadline, right? As soon as they say, look, we've got some really great deals.
Oh my God, that pump.
Just not quite there yet. We need another couple of weeks. You know, there's nothing really to stop them to say, fine, let's push the 9th of July. Maybe another 30 days, maybe 60, maybe 90 days. I think, you know, apart from that, even the sensitivity of markets towards the tariff news has anyway gone down quite a lot. You know, if we had had the same sort of news perhaps 3 months ago, you know, or not quite 3, but perhaps 2.5 months ago, I think the sensitivity of the equity market would have been much, much greater. You know, down 35 points, frankly, it's nothing, particularly after the rally that we've had and this melt up that really we've had over the last couple of days and weeks.
Right. So do you think the market can compartmentalize the trade element and bring the focus back to earnings beginning really about Thursday?
I do think so, because let's also remember that I think bottom-up consensus is obsessed with any kind of tariff-related news and tariff-related headwinds.
Yeah, I should have got out. Take a small L, but oh well. I kind of want a long. Play the bounce.
Season where we really might see a negative tariff impact on earnings, on margins.
I have a long at 85 if it hits.
Over the last 3 months, you know, we started with around $66.50.
Order canceled. Order vetted. Order submitted.
$62.50, slightly below that. So consensus is saying that sequentially, quarter over quarter, earnings are going to drop by 1.5%. Even tech earnings are only expected to remain flat. So I would argue, as much as perhaps people have been playing the US exceptionalism theme a little bit too much after the US election and going into this year, I think they've exaggerated now with, you know, with the cuts to earnings expectations, particularly for this quarter, because let's also face it, we've had a quarter of front loading of activity. That should help. We've got a much weaker dollar. That should help as well. 40% of sales in the S&P are generated overseas, and particularly from the 7 mega caps. It's around 60% of revenues that are generated elsewhere outside of the US. So the weaker dollar really should help. It should help the mega caps and tech stocks in particular.
Tilting more toward tech and
Order filled. Order submitted.
I think the tech
You long?
well alive and kicking. You know, we were all scared after the Q4 report.
Oh, fish added more. Are you good?
What does DeepSeek mean? What does it mean for AI capex? And in reality, AI capex have beaten once again after the Q1 reporting season. We've obviously also seen the large caps really come out with very heavy buyback announcements after the Q1 report.
His fish been long. He keeps averaging down.
We are also seeing more evidence now, particularly in our sample, what we're tracking within the S&P 500 of those companies really implementing AI.
Yeah.
Really starting to see
true.
really a tangible earnings impact, a tangible cost and margins impact. That is continuing. And now we throw on top a much weaker dollar. All of that, I don't think really is baked into earnings expectations, and all of that really in the next 2 months.
Now let me get the Bulenox giveaway started. Yeah, I gotta go into the Streamlab and started. Yeah, type that Bugatti word exclamation mark to get the raffle tickets.
Too many sort of concerns.
Hey, if you win, you should try it just for fun.
Reality, things are not quite as bad as people perhaps
There you go.
made them.
Should be started now.
Also, on the inflation side, who knows? Maybe already in a month or two, we might get the first sort of headlines around tariffs as well as the first sort of impact on goods inflation.
Appreciate that. I think we know where we're going after the deals. Max, thank you. Lots to digest. We'll see where we get on some of these trade deadlines later this week.
Let's turn now to Tesla, the biggest laggard on the S&P this morning.
That's Cajun.
Elon Musk announced plans to launch a new
Cajun.
party, the America Party, escalating his clash with President
Yeah.
Trump over his mega bill. Joining us now with his reaction is Nilay Patel, editor-in-chief of The Verge. Nilay, thank you for being here. So what do you think is going through the minds of Tesla investors at this juncture?
I think they would prefer their CEO stay focused on selling more cars. Tesla sales are kind of bottoming out. We might have actually hit bottom. There's been some slight rebounds in some markets, but they're pretty bad.
Yo, Alex, check Discord, dude.
And road taxi is a pretty small test in Austin with a lot of guardrails and a lot of mistakes that have now become public on social media because Tesla isn't brave enough to let the actual press go and review the cars. And they're way behind Waymo. That's a lot of problems for Tesla. Being distracted by politics even more after this last adventure, that inspires a lot of confidence.
Are we able to fully characterize at this point the reputational risk involved with aligning with either party or neither party for a Tesla CEO?
Well, I think Tesla CEO in the abstract, the risk is the same as every other risk, right? There's a reason you don't see Mary Barra or Jim Farley run around aligning GM and Ford with political parties. There's a reason you don't see big tech CEOs really aligning themselves specifically with parties. They align themselves with power, not parties. In Elon's case, he aligned himself with one politician, and he's Elon Musk, and he won't shut up on Twitter. And he keeps saying what his policy positions are, and running a platform where over the weekend, one of the most viral posts was about whether or not women should be allowed to go to college. This is a lot of problems for Elon Musk reputationally that any other sane CEO does not have. Elon is great when it comes to rockets and cars. He is bad when it comes to people. He is bad at getting at the core bit of politics, which is convincing
I need a
people
dump
that
truck long again.
and should do what he says. He's great at it when it comes to physics. He's horrible at it when it comes to people.
Yeah, there's been some turnover.
It's 35 minutes left on the giveaway, so you got time to join up.
Is that something you expect him to absorb? Those kinds of day-to-day operations?
No, I think there's still a long line of people that want to put Tesla on their resume. If you want a great job in the auto industry, having Tesla on your resume, it's just one of those career builders that can't be turned away from. So I think the amount of incoming is high. I think that the problem for Tesla.
We can do Lucid or My Fund the Futures or Tradify tomorrow. We'll see. Those comes with free activation.
Influencers on YouTube are pointing out every single day that Chinese EVs vastly
They only have, yeah, they don't have Project X yet. They're working on it.
In markets where the Chinese EV makes a little different, but you see the new GM vehicles are really good. Ford has that Skunk Works where they're going to put out new vehicles. The new Volvo like EX90 is like a really great car that people like in the SUV space. There's a lot of competition here, and Tesla is a products company that actually has to sell great cars to people that they like to keep for a long time. They've been off the game for a long time.
Yeah, there's also some discussion today, some coverage on the tape about how the Chinese view Elon Musk and whether they view him as a geopolitical asset given this withering relationship between him and the president.
I think the conventional wisdom I've heard in the car industry is that the Chinese consumer wants to buy Chinese brands. It wasn't necessarily true.
It feels good not babysitting today and tomorrow. I think Wednesday.
But what you see is that the Chinese government was able to bring Tesla in, do a series of ventures where there was skill transfer, there was technology transfer, there was IP transfer to Chinese companies, and now they have an industry that can compete. And Tesla has not kept ahead of that curve in a way that other companies that
They're not allowed to watch YouTube or any computer stuff.
Tesla has not put that amount of effort, Elon hasn't put that amount of effort into their products. And so
Yeah.
the Chinese government pretty much ready to say, well, we've got our own companies now, and they're accelerating faster than Tesla. Why do we need to keep cutting these sweetheart deals?
Given all of that backdrop, what do you think motivates Musk at this point in time? Do you think it's that he feels like he, wasn't able to stay on longer at the administration and make more of an impact there, and therefore he's turning his attention elsewhere? And if so, what does that mean for the destruction complaints that investors have?
Come on, pump a little bit. I can get out. I need to get out the other long.
And you're watching CNBC, and the question is, what motivates
Yeah,
a CEO?
919.
No one can really answer the question. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Most venture company CEOs, they'll just show up and
Oh no, I'm not touching anything yet.
making great products motivates me. But whatever mission or values that a company espouses motivates me. Tesla was supposed to lead the world to a sustainable future, right? That's the mission of the company. I haven't heard Elon talk about that in a long time. And I think that is the disconnect that I think we're all seeing at the company and in his politics.
That's a great point. And this idea of having a distracted CEO it's been a complaint for a while. He's obviously CEO of several other companies as well. What do you think ultimately revives this stock price in terms of just from a fundamental standpoint? What do you think ultimately would make shareholders happy?
Great cars. I think it's as simple as that. I actually don't think it's robo-taxi at the end of the day. I think that is a business that is developing. We can see, again, with Waymo and others, that there's something there that is worth pursuing, that the economics of that are great. The economics of that are sound, but they need to be, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to make them great with Uber and other partners. Like, there's not a lot of distribution for robotaxis, right? It's still the rideshare apps. So what you're looking at with Elon is what's the next great product that will turn this company around and provide a foundation for the long-term bets. And I don't see that product on the horizon. And it's not simply a refresh of the Model 3. It has to be something new, something innovative, something that once again leads the industry. And those ideas just haven't been forthcoming.
While I have you, I'm curious. I don't know if you saw the Malcolm Gladwell clip a couple of weeks ago about autonomous. His argument essentially is that when you know the car is not going to run you over because its safety record will be so strong eventually, it's going to create a lot of gridlock and it won't work in urban areas. I wonder if you're beginning to feel that or hear that notion come up when it comes to the long-term future of the business.
Only a little bit, right? There's not enough density to prove that thesis out.
Should I just get out and take a $40 loss? No, I think it's gonna pump. Yeah.
They can influence the Waymo in ways that you would never try to influence a regular driver.
Should get a better position now. I might get out. Yeah, let me get out. Yeah, I don't want to risk.
Or whether it's as the autonomous vehicle company say.
I put a long at 93 if it hits. Yeah.
That's the long-term vision. But I just want to caution, none of this stuff works well enough yet. But Waymo is the market leader. They can't run in the snow, right? This is just a huge problem.
It's not good.
Across the board, that these things
I do think we're gonna drop more.
even where they work the best. And once you get to the whole country or the whole world, there's still a long way to go in terms of technology development.
Certainly feels that way, Noah. Thank you very much.
I mean, you should be done. You're up 500, dude. That's a good payout. Who makes $5 a day doing nothing? Wake up, trade, go back to sleep. I can't believe he DM'd you about that question. Like, yeah, I was like, what? You're making 100K. I'm making $40. Yeah, that's just too funny. It makes you think though. Oh, Freelon went long on Nvidia. It's Nvidia all-time high, isn't it? Nvidia, yeah, it's an all-time high. I don't know. On your share, nice.
Through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
Wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result.
Yeah.
We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experience
Going long on a red day is fine, but going long on a green day, I don't know.
it's time for a wealth management experience. It's time.
Yeah, right now it's 158, so I don't know. I wouldn't go long yet. Huh? Those are, I don't know. Oh, you did?
Let's pay with Bear, America's most trusted paint brand. Wait, we don't have Bear.
It's getting killed option likely though.
It just says ain't.
You bought 8.
Well, with Bear, you can paint a whole room for under $100. How much did you spend? Like a lot, or no?
How you said you researched this?
Aren't all paints the
Dump this Ponzi Caucasian.
Get Bear quality at everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
For years, everyone thought Verizon had the best network, because they did. But now the best mobile network in the U.S. is T-Mobile.
He's new.
Some fancy experts finished a network test. T-Mobile sort of opened a can of whoop up. T-Mobile's network has the most advanced 5G, with more towers, and their signal reaches further than ever. So,
But man, TPT need better customer service, man.
you won't believe where I am. Seriously.
I did, like Alex couldn't log in his account for over a week, so I had to email my guy, and they got it fixed. And then I think last week I emailed a couple times for other people too. It's like, dude, you should, your staff should be fixing all this shit. Like, I feel bad emailing him too, you know what I mean?
Tech sector up about 40% over the last 3 months and outperforming the S&P by its widest margin in over 20
Holy
years.
shit.
The run comes as the AI race intensifies. Meta, of course, making headlines in recent weeks for its aggressive hiring spree, recruiting some top AI talent from the likes of Anthropic, Google, and
Yeah.
OpenAI.
I don't know if that's gonna hit or not.
Now sitting about 3% off those highs.
Maybe if it can hold up to like power hour.
An early investor in Facebook and Google. Roger, great to see you again. Thanks for being with us as always.
I think Tradeify is giving out straight to funded. I'll never win that, so I'm not gonna try. They need 14,000 subscribers to start it.
Exactly. Carl, I think investors are excited about AI because the promise of it is so huge that it would revolutionize the economy and do a lot of things.
On what? Oh yeah, it's 50,000 on that tournament.
Reducing employment, increasing profit margins, and the like. The thing that investors have not focused on, though, is how this plays out from an industry point of view. Today, there are at least 5 major AI development efforts in big tech, right? You have Microsoft with OpenAI, you have Google, you have Amazon, you have Meta, and you have XAI. They're all essentially doing the same thing. They're all essentially in the same place. And collectively, they will have invested about $600 billion by the end, more than that, maybe even as much as $1 trillion. And the real question, people should be looking at this the way Jack Welch would have and ask, well, wait a minute, how many winners are there likely to be? I mean, history suggests that in large market opportunities, there are 2 significant winners and maybe a third guy who can make it. Well, if Microsoft and OpenAI stop being partners, then there are 6 essentially identical development efforts, which means at least 3 of those.
Not 78, yeah, not 75. That's what my short is too.
To the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars of write-offs. And I don't think that that's.
Are you typing that the Bugatti thing on stream? Oh no, I didn't know. Let me see. I don't see the Simpsons in there. No, you didn't do it.
deep-seek is that potentially LLMs are a commodity, which means that all this money being poured in will never get an appropriate rate of return.
There you go.
And I think investors should begin to focus on that.
Do you think Microsoft in particular is beginning to show signs of whatever you want to call it, fiscal discipline, operations
There's a
discipline,
drop.
given the competitive race you put up?
Carl, it's really hard to tell because they're in so deep. I don't know how to get out. You know, they're putting Copilot, which is their consumer-facing AI tool set, into essentially every product in their enterprise application suite. And I don't know how they get out from underneath that. They are slowing down the rate of investment, but they have so much invested to this point. And I
Yeah.
do expect them to be a winner. I do think at
And
the
yet
end
we
of the
still went
day,
along.
the winners are going to be the people who can spend the most money. Because there's going to be very little distinction among the products. And candidly, when you look at the field tests of this stuff, none of it's working particularly well. So I do
Yeah.
think the guys with the best pitch
Let me see the 15 minutes. Is it close to finishing?
are likely to emerge as winners. But
No. Yeah, 15 minutes still got some room.
it's the question
Yeah, downside. I'll send you a screenshot.
people from other places are going to save those folks. The issue that they all face, and in Meta's case and Amazon's case, they have huge cloud services operations. But if the industry goes from 6 players down to say 2, you're not going to need as much cloud services. So I think everybody gets hurt.
What do you think overall, Roger, the impact of this phenomenon?
Yeah, that's why I'm scared to go long.
Do you think it is a foregone conclusion that this AI will increase productivity, or do you think there's some potential, thought that needs to be put into what it means for jobs and people's livelihoods and so forth?
I'm gonna cancel some of these logs. I don't get caught. Make sure I cancel these.
Comes at the cost of tens of millions of jobs. And the question is, what are you going to do with all those people? And what's going to happen to demand in aggregate? I mean, making your company
Now I just sit and wait.
while getting rid of all your customers seems like a bad trick.
I'm not trying to force a trade. On evals, I don't care.
Both for resilience and also to make sure that their buyers from
Yeah, I'm flat on those. I don't want to touch those.
the AI is, on the one hand, we're going to destroy humanity. On the other hand, we're going to take away all the jobs. But somehow that's going to be good. And I'm looking at this and going, well, maybe, but probably not.
Do you think that friction is solved through market forces? Are the tech companies going to be able to police themselves, or do you think there needs to be more and better regulation that can try and strike that balance over time?
Dang, bounce right up. Cajun didn't get out. It told me to get out, take a small L. Yeah. He got in at 92. When I tapped it out, it was at 98. So it was like, what, 5 points? Not much. Yeah.
You just need to remind yourself how a really big con works. And I don't think there's ever been a more successful pitch of fantasy to a more strategic group of marks than you've seen with this technology. And I really tip my hat to these people. I mean, tech's been exaggerating what it can do for decades, but it was always by 5, 10, 15%. This notion that you would promise something that you couldn't possibly deliver and that everybody would buy that, even as the evidence came in that it doesn't work that well, that part is really amazing to me. And, I don't know how this thing shakes out. What I do think is that it's too late to stop it. So we're going to play the whole thing out. And the question is, what does that do to market caps of big tech? Particularly for the guys whose products don't succeed in the marketplace.
What about, in terms of investing frameworks, are you more confident in, say, an infrastructure build-out playbook where you don't have to bet on 1 or 2 winners?
That's a great question. The one observation I make is back in the early 90s, when SAP put out the first enterprise resource planning products, that whole thing was also a giant con. And for at least the first 5 years, it didn't work for anybody. And one of the great shorts was to short SAP's largest customers because they all failed miserably. There may be a massive investment play of shorting the people who make the greatest commitment to AI. It may be that not going to AI at all
sensible business strategy? I don't know how long it's going to take for us to know the answer to that question, but the one thing I can tell you is if you look at it today, the productivity argument it is only there for a monopolist who gets rid of employees and accepts that their product is just going to work way less well for customers than it used to work. You know, anybody who's called a call center in the last few months knows
Should we short? Oh no, 3 minutes looks like it's going up. Yeah. 3 minutes looks like it's gonna bounce up more. Uh-oh. I might short it, it goes higher.
Again, it's really remarkable is that evidence doesn't
I hope he got out.
I think we're going to watch this thing play out. And it may play out in a way that has a soft landing for a whole bunch of people. At the moment, I would be cautious about trying to predict who those will be.
Well, as you put it, Roger, we are definitely on the ride now, for better or worse.
Yeah. I wanna try to short. Follow the bot.
Order canceled. Order filled.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow the bot with the eval. Trust the bot. Don't fuck me.
When he thinks supply and demand may begin to normalize.
It'll be a while before bots go long.
To you is simple. As a fiduciary, I promise to put your interest first. Always.
I promise that our relationship will go well beyond just investment decisions.
It's the intersection of your money and your life where we can make the biggest difference.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
There we go. Yeah, I'm short on 919.
All those who never give a second thought. First one's in. Thank you. ServPro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
With gold and copper prices breaking all-time highs, U.S. Gold Corp offers investors tremendous leverage to both gold and copper at its project in mining-friendly Wyoming. U.S. Gold Corp has a reserve of 1.5 million ounces of gold equivalents, fully permitted to mine.
3 minutes has a bear squeeze, so I'm thinking it might drop more later. Dump.
It is amazing.
Like a quick little dip.
Green juice that replaced it all with this pharma colostrum. If you don't know what colostrum is, it is amazing. But it's a bioactive whole food. It has all the essential nutrients you need for your skin, your gut, energy.
But that short on bot wasn't good because it short at like low day, so I didn't like the short.
The first thing I noticed was the energy recovery that workout. But you want to try it, then try armor.com.
The two most powerful words in the world that we know are what if? Instead, thousands of organizations are saying what if, with the power to act on those words like never before. What if you could empower every employee with a limitless digital workforce, one that listens, learns, and acts all day, every day?
All right.
This isn't some far-fetched science fiction fantasy anymore. No, it's happening right now with AI and Salesforce. It's called Agent Force. Agent Force turns your vision into reality. Think about it, a future where every student, client, citizen, and customer experiences the best service possible. And your people, well, now they're free to focus on the work that matters most. All you have to do is bring your dream. Imagine that. What if?
And I'm out.
Order filled. You become a smarter investor and save when you bundle CNBC Pro and Jim Cramer's Investing Club.
Order submitted.
Designed to help you figure out what to do next. The insights that you need, the tools that you want to make the best decisions possible.
We love teaching club members how to manage their own portfolios. We teach you the right way to develop your own investment strategy.
Two premium investing tools, one special price. Go to cnbc.com/access now. Terms and restrictions apply.
Welcome back. The betting market could see some big changes following the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Contessa Brewer has those details for us. Hey, Contessa.
Leslie, the budget law changes the rules about deducting gambling losses. So instead of deducting 100%, the law limits loss deduction to 90% of winnings, which could leave gamblers paying taxes even when they lose. And they are furious. Here's the math. A gambler wins $1 million in a year.
Order filled.
$190,000. So net
Order
$10,000.
submitted.
Under these new rules, the gambler can only deduct 90% of the $1 million in winning, or $900,000, which means he'd be held responsible for taxes on $90,000. Say the tax rate is 24%. The gambler is now paying $21,600 on $10,000 in net winnings. One self-proclaimed
Fish is
gambler
green
said on
now.
X, how can I be taxed more than I profited? This bill will destroy the gambling industry. Will it make gamblers give up? I'm skeptical. There are lots of offshore, unregulated platforms where nobody is paying taxes. I mean, clearly this puts avid or professional gamblers harder than casual bettors, but FanDuel and DraftKings don't necessarily want these sharps on their platforms anyway. This could be a huge boost to the likes of Kalshi or Robinhood or Crypto.com in the attempt to offer
Should have got out early when I told him to.
predictions markets. Because those
And
laws
just get a better position. Yeah, I'm short again. I'm short at 23.
the CFTC, which regulates predictions markets. Donald Trump Jr. is a
But
strategic
15
advisor
minutes
to
look like
Kalshi.
it might
There may be
curve
some
back up.
political motivation here. Overlooked in all
Not,
the law
yeah,
are the
maybe.
professional gamblers who play poker or blackjack in actual bricks and mortar
Just need one more
casinos.
flush.
That could also be affected. So look at Caesars and MGM and all the smaller guys potentially seeing their regulars changing wagering behavior. Nevada Representative Dina Titus has joined Representative Ro Khanna to co-sponsor the Fair Bet Act. They say no one should have to pay taxes on money they didn't win, guys.
Fascinating the way we keep coming back to your coverage, Contessa, intersection between the business and taxes right now. Sure. Contessa Brewer this morning. Let's get a news update as well with our Silvana. Morning, Silvana.
Hey, Carl. Good morning to you. Officials in Kerr County, Texas, say 75 people are now confirmed dead in their county alone from those devastating holiday weekend flooding. Now, that includes 27 children and 48 adults. The private Christian Camp Mystic, which is located in Kerr County, said it is grieving the loss of 27 campers and counselors. County officials said this morning there are still 10 campers and 1 counselor unaccounted for as search and rescue operations continue today. Local university professors are taking the Trump administration to federal court in Boston today. They are arguing the administration's targeting of students who are critical of Israel has chilled free speech in the U.S. in violation of the First Amendment. The non-jury trial is expected to last 2 weeks. And
And I'm out.
Order filled.
Yes, the city's municipal workers
Order
remain on
submitted.
strike for a 7th day. The work stoppage, which lasted throughout the holiday weekend, is impacting a number of other city services as well, including 911 dispatch and water. Union leaders and city officials last held negotiations on Saturday, but just couldn't agree on a deal, Leslie.
All right. Silvana, thank you. Silvana now for us. The CEO of Howard Hughes is on the other side of this break. Why he thinks the recent weakness in the housing market is only temporary. We'll be right back.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com.
Flip.
It's America's premier crypto platform. See active ETFs differently. We collaborated, designing them to remain strong, preparing them to weather the ups and downs of the market. That's what sets our active ETFs apart, so they can be rooted at the core of the portfolio. They're meticulously crafted to endure,
Yeah, Tesla's not moving at all.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
Yeah.
First major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
Yeah, it's going down. He's still holding his short, so hopefully he get out soon.
It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection.
They code it every 3 months. They add like fix the stuff up. And it gets auto update for me on TradingView. No, I paid a lifetime fee. I think $6,000. If he sells it, yeah.
Healthy blood pressure support. There's
Yeah.
one brand that stands above the rest. It's by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. And I'm not charging anybody for it, you know what I mean?
It's formulated for high absorption and is gentle on the stomach.
They got me a couple payouts. Huh? No, I don't. No, it was a different one. I swapped it out. The other one wasn't that good. That one was, I believe it was like $100 a month. The Anko did not want to die. Huh? Oh no, I trusted him. Dang. Came right back up. I'm about to short again at 9.25. Yeah.
At Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best
Occasionally get payout one time so it can be better. It's all about the mindset. Once you get a payout, yeah, I'll fix it. Yeah, it's been a while.
It's free, it's backed by actual experts, and it doesn't ask you to be perfect. It's just support, like real support. Welcome back. Let's take a look at the housing market. Mortgage rates ticking back up after hitting their lowest level since April. Still stubbornly above 6.5%. Joining us now, Howard Hughes.
Oh shit, let me see the giveaway. Got 2 minutes left.
But we still have a shortage of more than 1 million homes in this country. So how do you square that all with where consumer demand is right now?
In treasuries, high volatility in mortgage rates, and high volatility in economic uncertainty, pause. And right now we're seeing that pause occur with our home buyers. As you just mentioned, we're short over 1 million homes in this country, and demand is still there. But that demand is patient, and it will wait until that uncertainty.
Ask chat if it's ChatGPT if it's bearish today. Oh, shit, I'm in the short again.
Chairman role in his searching for chief investment officer Ryan Israel became your CIO.
Our strategy in terms of land sales to home builders hasn't changed despite the change in our overall board makeup and our C-suite makeup. We're selling land to home builders just to keep up with underlying demand, just to keep up with underlying sales and homes within our communities. That's going to lead us to another record year of land sales to home builders this year based on our guidance. Our communities of Summerlin, Woodlands, and Bridgeland are seeing incredible demand from home buyers, incredible demand from home builders looking for that precious raw material, our finished lots, to deliver that housing inventory to the consumers that are looking for new homes.
I guess the question is, which consumers? I was just looking at a chart of first-time home buyers relative to the sheer number of first-time home buyers at a 20-year low.
Are you watching the book map?
Do you think that's a dynamic that can be
Let me pick the winners.
levels returning to a certain rate? And if so, what's the rate?
The Q's first time
With
demand,
for stops, you should have enough points.
that demand is coming
Yeah, you do. Oh, not you. Whoever Wicks for stops.
We need to see slightly lower rates, but we also need to see slightly smaller homes. We need to see some deflationary pressures bring materials back in a place where home builders can deliver first-time homes at a meaningful margin, which is very difficult to do in today's market environment.
And home builders, I mean, I think average square footage has declined over the years, right? From the age of the McMansion. But how small do you envision that getting?
Well, even though it's smaller today, call it 15 to 20% smaller than the age of the McMansion, as you put it, that's still double what we saw in the late 1960s and early 1970s. I mean, everybody today is buying a home and every bedroom's en suite. You know, I grew up in a bunk bed with a bathroom down the hall in my home. I think a lot of us did. I think the consumer demand for homes has outpaced their wallet and their ability to afford those homes.
This idea of turning Howard Hughes into a mini Berkshire Hathaway, what exactly does that mean, and how does that change your positioning and your future outlook as a company? Order filled.
I'm out my short now.
Howard Hughes Corporation, our legacy business of community building, becomes a wholly owned subsidiary of Howard Hughes Holdings. That's going to be the principal business of Howard Hughes for the near-term future. And then as we move forward, we're going to take that new $900 million in addition to the free cash that sits on our balance sheet
I'll pick one more.
and invest that in buying new businesses and controlling stakes in small private or public companies. And as Bill mentioned on our last earnings call, starting our own insurance company and following the Berkshire Hathaway roadmap that has been
Really?
well documented.
Become a mini Berkshire Hathaway. So what competitive advantage do you think you all have in terms of seeking out, discovering new assets, and then building an
You only got 1 point, so no, you can't win.
I think the track record of Pershing Square.
No. Whoever got picked just now. Yeah.
And their ability to invest the float that comes in from an insurance company is really critical to the success of that business. But I also see that Pershing Square, in addition to Howard Hughes, has access to those opportunities that a lot of other companies may not have. If you're a family-owned business and you're looking for a new home, you want to take some liquidity, you want a tax plan, your opportunity right now to sell that business is to private equity, which puts you on the 5 to 7 year carousel of constantly selling your business, putting your employees at risk, and a high leverage. Whereas if you came to Howard Hughes to sell your business, we could
Then pick someone else. Wisdom. No, you can't win anymore.
a home, perhaps metaphorically and physically, in the case of Howard Hughes. David, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Leslie. Always a pleasure.
Still ahead this morning, how the cuts to tax credit for the green energy sector could have massive implications
Alright.
for AI innovation in this country.
Wick for stop doesn't want it because the activation fee, so I'll pick someone else. Raid.
Feels this cramped. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins feel like this. The Skechers slip-ins just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide-fit Skechers slip-ins.
This July at Renewal by Anderson, replace your windows, your patio doors, or your entry door, and we're going to give you an amazing opportunity. You ready? Pay nothing. And I mean zero zilch nada for 18 months. Just to be clear, that's a year and a half. I'm talking about...
Remember, Bulenox has an activation fee, okay? So I think it's like 140. But yeah, just DM me. I'll give you the code. I'll pick somebody else now.
Special financing again. So get in on
Mini trader. Didn't you win? You won last night. Huh? You can't pick. You can't win again. Yeah, you won last night.
But hold on. Why choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place? Well, we use an exclusive window frame material. It's called Fibrex. It never needs painting. It's twice as strong as vinyl. And it was designed to handle extreme temperature swings while repelling moisture and the elements. Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and warm weather brings bugs.
Alpha, you only have 24 points. Sorry.
Our patio doors are designed to slide easily. They're not going to stick and let the bugs in.
25.
Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and there's no money down, no monthly payments, and no
That down. He can get out now.
January of 2027. Get them now and pay down the line. And how about this? Anderson products will increase your home's value by 15%. It's true. Get out your phone, plug in your home's value, and multiply it by 0.15. That number could pay for
Nope.
your new windows.
You cannot win.
That's what I'm talking about. Book a free window and door inspection with us, and make sure to call before July 31st to lock in our special financing. 1-800-918-0808.
The average dog only lives to be 10. Farmer's dog, we don't think that's not enough. That's why
Yeah, he should get out. He should have got out. My shirt was good too, but I took profit too early.
That can help end cancer as we know it. That's why we need your support now more than ever.
Yeah, I'll pick one more.
Donate fuels research that brings us closer to
So far, nobody's winning.
cancer. Don't wait. Go online or
Kite.
to donate today.
I don't think you want this guy. You don't have the activation money.
We're now in a story-dominated market. Even as the coverage is still all about the next quarter point for the Fed, I say that's for the institutions trying to beat the indices by 1% or 2.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
President's newly signed spending bill codifying some cuts to programs, including clean energy tax credits, could have an
Yeah, 900 is holding, but I think it's gonna break.
AI race. Our Deirdre Bose is digging into that for today's Tech Check. Morning, Dee.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So powering AI is quickly becoming the bottleneck. Data centers, they already consume more electricity than some countries, and that is only expected to triple by the end of the decade. This new law hits the brakes on the cheapest, fastest growing sources of new power, that's solar, wind, and batteries, by slashing tax credits and incentives, and really reshapes the U.S. energy mix and directly impacts where and how fast hyperscalers like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, how quickly they can build. President Trump frames it as energy dominance, more drilling, permitting, cheaper gas to fuel the AI boom, but the reality here is more complicated. Take a look at this chart from Semi-Analysis. It tells a story. This is not just a clean energy pivot. It is a energy capacity arms race. And China, on the left, is building everything. Fossil, renewables, grids, storage. Electricity generation there has nearly tripled from 2005. The U.S., on the right, though, you can see flat overall. Gas dominates, coal is declining, and renewables, they were gaining. This law, though, changes that trajectory. It is likely to flatten or even reverse solar and wind growth, extend gas's dominance, and it could trigger a full rebound in parts of the country, which is slower and more expensive to operate. Now, this also complicates storage incentives, which could make it harder to integrate new clean energy into the grid. Of course, this all has direct implications for the AI race and investors, because every hyperscaler is racing to build out AI infrastructure, but power is now the constraint. Without cheap,
Dude, stream labs suck.
rise, deployment stall. You can't ship product if you can't power it. And this bill
It's the plugin for the OBS. I can pick the winners. So slow now.
Falling out with Trump. He called it a massive strategic error that will leave America extremely vulnerable, pointing out that China's ability to eventually build enough solar and storage each year to match the entire U.S. grid, and that's where this stuff becomes worrying when you put it side by side what China's doing.
Are you surprised that there hasn't been, maybe not to the level of Elon, but other sources of pushback from tech leaders about these incentives?
I am, and I mean, the main focus when this bill was sort of going through was the AI regulation, right? Remember that? It didn't actually end up being put in, but, you know, there was a ban on state and local AI regulation. That seemed to be the thing that most people here in Silicon Valley and tech were focused on, saying that if it didn't go through,
Okay,
that would
now I
stall
can
the
pick.
industry. And, you know, there's some outcry about that right now, but this energy stuff just feels so much more important, right? Especially for the hyperscalers that are building this, especially for the Amazon, Microsoft, Googles that have, you know, made clean energy their mission over the last decade or so. But I haven't heard a ton from it. I mean, nuclear is still in there. That takes longer.
No, I want Bulenox because of the activation fees.
But we'll see. We'll see if they can hear more. Yeah, you think the big tech companies would have some serious lobbying muscle to prevent something like this. It's possible, or we should be extrapolating what this says about big tech's relationship with the White House right now, given all the fanfare early on. Yeah, this is a trend that we've seen. I mean, you have sort of the energy policy.
Okay, Ray doesn't want it. So everybody's passing on it. Ray, Kite.
Very little concessions, which
Yeah, they just want those My Funded Futures or Tradeify, whatever's free activation. I don't blame them. Anybody want it? Let me ask Melody. Yeah, I know. And I'm not even trying to win for the last 2 weeks. That's so sad. I hate Bulenox. Can you let me know your Twitter?
Discretionary being dragged down by Tesla. Stay with us. Jack is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibility.
It's too funny. I'll try to get more freebies with the free activation. Sorry about that.
Increases the risk of stroke about 5 times. My heart would race just taking my son to practice.
I'll DM you on Twitter.
Heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you notice one or more of these symptoms, contact the doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
This is no time to wait.
My UTIs were a returning nightmare. Then we found support with Eucora. Eucora has UTI relief products and science supplements that offer a proactive approach to urinary health. I finally feel free. Try today at eucora.com.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this new deal? I like pushing. Or is this a little more your style?
Yeah, I sent you the code already. Just check your Twitter. Don't worry about the 20 points because nobody wants it. I was like, fuck Bulenox. It's too expensive.
Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher and
We gotta do some Tradeify tomorrow, whatever's free activation, because I still got some more Bulenox to give out. But fuck the stream. Yeah.
These are structures so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. To help you untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
Alright, so I got 2 more Bulenox. I'll probably give it out later on, next week or something. Yeah, I gave out 4, so I got 2 more. Oh, Cajun didn't get out, did he? Get down and get out.
America's most trusted paint brand. Wait, we don't have Bear. You need that? No, well, here's a paint and primer. It just says ain't. You bought ain't. Well, with Bear, you can paint a whole room for under $100. How much did you spend? Like a lot more. Oh. I thought you said you researched this. Aren't all paints the same? No, they're not. Don't overpay for your next project. Get Bear quality at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Welcome back. Amazon doubling its Prime
At
Day
Bulenox, you don't have to pay the activation fee until you have the money. You can just leave it there, park forever.
we could see. Courtney Reagan with us and has those numbers. Hey, Court.
Hi, it's good to see you again. So Prime Day does begin tomorrow in about 20 countries. And
Apex? No, it's 10 years. It's good for 10 years when you pay for a lifetime. ISIS, do you want Bulenox?
results for Prime Day, but
ISIS.
so this year it is tougher for comparison because of the time extension. But with that in mind, key marketer predicts Amazon will claim 75% of all U.S. e-commerce sales during this event this year versus 58.7% for the event last year, and then expects to see sales grow.
Did you cancel it? Because they'll charge a monthly subscription and you don't cancel the Apex. Alright, I'll DM you, ISIS. So I have one more left. I'll just give it out tomorrow.
And after the Prime event. So Adobe estimates that U.S. retailers overall will see a record $23.8 billion in online spend between July 8th and 11th. That's up 28% over last year and $9.6 billion more than the comparable period last year. So it's actually the equivalent of 2 Black Fridays. And while Prime Day used to be about attracting new members for Amazon, it's not really more about reinforcing the value of the membership for the current members.
I sent you the code on that, ISIS. Good luck.
Consumer intelligence research partners have been tracking
I had to go
membership
pee.
for 13 years. They
Hey,
estimate
that.
75% of the U.S. population are either Prime members themselves or have access to an account. They spend an average of $1,150 annually on Amazon compared to $540 for non-members. This is a valuable cohort. Adobe expects the average discount across the board here will be range between 10 and 24% across retail during this period of time. But how tariffs play into all of this pricing is still kind of debated. Adobe says online prices across 18 product categories have fallen for 33 months, down 2% in May this year from last year. And if you adjust that for inflation, Adobe says actually there'd be even higher growth and top line consumer spend. So it's hard to really know what we're going to see with the discounted prices and how far they actually are discounted if you factor in tariffs. So we know Andy Jassy told Jim Cramer that he has not seen prices go up appreciably in this time, sort of a tariff fluidity.
Holy shit, NQ went up. Wow. You see NQ?
Interesting point. When you share those numbers, they're kind of ubiquity of other retailers also offering their promotions. Doesn't seem to be taking
I'm short again. Really? He didn't go? He didn't get out? God. I think I've been telling him to get out.
Now that everyone can offer competing prices in a dynamic pricing environment online and or having these discount events at the same time. And I think Amazon does end up winning out because of their ability to sort of compete on price, potentially selection, maybe more so than some of these other retailers. But I think the rising tide does still lift all boats, and retail in general does see a bump. But again, much like Amazon, the retailers themselves never detail the extent to which these days ultimately help them.
It is
I don't think my short's gonna be good though.
over the years into this event that moves the entire economy, all as you said, in an attempt to build a Prime membership. It's crazy how it's evolved. Court, we'll watch it over the next couple of days with your help. Our Courtney Reagan watching Amazon. As for the broader market, kind of a slow bleed today as we work our way closer to the 9th, and we'll see if, in fact, the Treasury Secretary takes some of those deals he says he got in his email last night, and whether they result in some frameworks in the coming days. Let's get over to post 9 and a half.
Carl, thanks very much. Welcome to the halftime report. I'm Scott Walker. Front and center this side of the outlook for the rally with stocks at high.
I can do a 50K lucid tomorrow. Oh shit, my short is bad.
We will check the markets here. We do have some red across the board today. We're seeing that the second half officially starts today. It's the end of the
Yeah, he got out
weekend.
too.
The tax bill's done. The tariffs are still looming. Earnings about to start, and stocks are at record highs. That's how the table is set.
Yeah, he just had to take a loss earlier. He had like 3 or 4 chances to get out for a small L.
Momentum names still holding serve. Axon, Palantir, higher today. Mag 7, I know we're going to talk a lot about Tesla, but how about Amazon, which to me looks like it's breaking out. It's like it's going to go above 2.25. Meta remains strong. That's the moment. That's where we are right now. However, my expectation for the third quarter is, at best, we're flat to lower. And I think one of the reasons why is going to be about July 15th. What is July 15th? The start of the earnings season. July 15th, we're going to hear about earnings. We've been lowering the estimates for earnings. I think we are going to learn that corporations have absorbed the tariff cost, and that is going to see significant margin compression. The inflation from tariff, it's not showing up in the inflation report, so it's going to show up somewhere. And I think it's going to show up in margin compression.
Yeah. Let me check the 15 minutes. 3 minutes, way up there. Yeah, 15 minutes still looks like downside, so the bear squeeze is gone on the 3 minutes. I don't know.
This is the buttress your point. It's June CPI. And we have not seen the
Yeah,
tariffs show
I
up
mean,
in the inflation
buy the dip
numbers
still
yet.
works. We should have went
It's
long
gonna show
earlier.
up. It's gonna
One
show
hit
up now. Just
902.
accenting your
Oh well. I have a long at 88, that's why.
This morning, Pasquarello at Goldman is still a bull market, yet one that is delivering less convexity and less consistency than before. Core positions that I believe in and would marry as a composite: U.S. technology and U.S. power, steeper global yield curves, a somewhat weaker dollar, and don't fight the primary trend in gold. Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson, twice the tougher first half, what we just went through, better second half, better 26. Could be some consolidation, he said, during Q3. They're bullish on a 6 to 12 month horizon. He thinks that earnings tailwinds are going to expand, not contract.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with him. So I agree with Joe.
On his YM.
And Jim makes a great point with CPI, because I don't think you have to see it in July 15th, and I know that's what you meant, but I think it's likely to start to see it. And not only from a cost input affecting margins with companies, but also from a demand.
Shoot, my short at 28. It's pretty red. Hopefully it drop. Yeah, that trade a eval. I actually want to short another eval.
Orders submitted. Tariffs being announced on cars that in place already. They say you can get pre-tariff prices now. So they're trying to drive demand. That's going to run out eventually. The reason why I disagree in the second half is because I do think inflation takes a foothold. I do think that we're going to run out of time on delays, and that all the good news on tariffs, like with the tax bill, whatever he calls the bill, being pulled through into the market, which is the reason for the sell-off today. I would hardly call this a sell-off. I would call
Bot might long.
Shit. Administration has already been seen and discounted in the market. And now, I believe so. I'm saying in terms of stocks, for example.
I know what you're saying. What else?
I was getting chopped out today.
In terms of, for example, the deduction of capital expenditures up to, I think they raised it to $4 million.
Yeah.
That if it's put to use in
Man, it made
year you buy it.
decent money, like 80 points on the long this morning. Pre-market.
Not this quarter, but going forward.
Stronger economic growth.
Yeah, I woke up and I took a couple longs. A 5.
Because the market's trading at record highs, it's trading above what we viewed as a troubled valuation area a year before this, and the fundamentals don't support. We are starting to see a slowing economy. If you look through all the, basically what they're saying is, this is you can't get away from the fact that prices
I guess I'm short.
Order submitted.
tariff deals. And while they don't have tariff deals,
We might go back to 23K.
extend the tariffs, but actually deploy the tariffs, which will
23,000 soon.
Classic supply side economics. That's exactly right. You flood the zone with the opportunity to spend more, make more, reinvest more, and thus earnings grow more, the economy grows more, and that what looks relatively expensive today to some in terms of the multiple of the market, like Weiss, actually isn't, because you are
Bot just went long. Uh-oh.
this more prolonged growth period than not. That's the argument.
You just used the term supply side, and I've got to say, in the last several months, that's the first time I've heard somebody say it, and that's exactly what it is. This is supply side economics. Now, we can debunk it based on history, but here's what I think is going to happen. First off, in the short term, Joe's right. We got the Treasury about to refill its coffers with the debt ceiling lifted. You got seasonality coming in August and September. I wouldn't be surprised if the third quarter is lousy, but
And that's healthy.
fine. But I think we're going to end the year higher by meaningful amounts than we are now because of what, Scott, you just mentioned, which is that this is a pro-growth budget bill. Now, Steve, you're right. We got some serious questions. Hang on. We got some serious questions about what the tariff deals are going to be. And if this extends this question, this uncertainty past August 1st, we're going to have problems.
I need to wait for a little pullback no long.
Even giving the extra capex expenditure, that is a huge benefit. But if we don't have the deals in place by August 1st, they're just not going to know what to do. I think they will. I'm just going to finish really quickly, Scott. I think they will get these deals in place. They know they need them. And after that, this capex expenditure is very pro-growth. Next year, earnings are estimated to grow 14% year over year. I think they will.
Okay. Let me clarify my position. I'm still fully invested. I haven't taken anything off whatsoever. I still think that's a path of least resistance. All I'm saying is that I think we will have a softer earnings period. To Joe's point, earnings estimates typically get cut 3% going into every.
I might have to cut my short. I'm down 160. No, I might just average down. Yeah, we get 23,000. I'll average down.
Tariffs are going to be. You can't take the word of the administration. How many times have you heard that? I've got 20 deals this week that are going to sign. So until you see the whites of their eyes, so to speak,
I'll cancel all this long at 89. It ain't gonna hit again.
We're going to see because
I think the bottom might be in.
we see it in other goods as well and services. Keep in mind, you're taking a lot of the population, the immigrant population, out of the workforce. You know, the deportation numbers aren't as large as we saw under Obama or Biden so far, but they will exceed it. But they're scared, they're hiding. So that's going to there's going to be wage inflation. So there are all these knock-on effects. Yes, the bill is pro-business, without a doubt. It's pro-growth. And the continuing threats on Powell, if he doesn't have the right to, I think that could lead to something positive. But the point is, I think that everything right now is being seen through rose-colored glasses, and I don't believe that's the right.
Well, I mean, when the people wearing the rose-colored glasses
What happened? I didn't read.
for months, the rose-colored
Mm-hmm.
the glasses now for CEOs have gotten a little more clear than they were before. They were these big, thick ones before. They couldn't really see through the lenses very well, and now they feel like they've got a little more clarity. I don't think any CEO I think they feel like they got a lot more than they did 3 months ago. They could barely give. Well,
We hit 910 or 915 all long, but now I'm just gonna sit out. I don't wanna risk my money. It can't happen. Because the 3 minute, look at the 3 minutes. Because you can't just follow the bot blindly, you know. Because the 3 minutes look like it's close to topping out. Maybe a little bit more pump. It's just too choppy right now.
Well, your CEO, you could make $1 billion. That's going to go through your semiconductor CEO and bringing it into the U.S. That's going to be a long tail, right, to get those up and running. Do you agree with clarity in terms of what the tariffs do?
I feel like you have certainly much better clarity than you did.
Well, you know you don't want to be in China, but we saw some back. You know what the rules of the road are with Vietnam, right? That covers a large swath of American business there. You figure something positive is going to come out of China because it has to for both parties. So the worst is off the table there. China, everybody's pulling their.
The actions from the presidential administration show that they do not want the reciprocal tariffs that were put in place on April 2nd to go through. If they did want those levels, if that was their end goal, they would not have kicked the can down the road today and pushed it off to August 1st.
I'm the first one desk who said,
I'm not attacking you.
I know you're not. They'll delay the tariffs for another 90 days, and they'll keep delaying. So Mark's OD'd on tariff news. The only place the tariff can hurt the market is if they start putting some of these deals in effect. All I'm saying, I'm just highlighting risks. I'm not highlighting
I
probabilities.
totally get it, and there's an argument to be made that people are too complacent to the risks relative to where the price of the market is. I totally get that point. I would only submit for the
Order
record
submitted.
that a lot of the risks that were put on the table before have not come to fruition, so maybe they don't this time. We'll have to see. I think one of the big questions as we
Order
make the
canceled.
turn, as I said,
There
hit
it
the halfway
goes.
house,
Keep
hopefully
going
we get there
down.
the back 9 of the year. What happens to that trade that had us doing pretty well? Lower quality, higher beta, you can call it, in some respects, momentum. Some had said, well, maybe the rally's on thinner ice because it's being held up by a lower quality cohort of stocks. You've had 9 consecutive
I hope it didn't really
days
go
of
long.
gains from the high beta ETF. That's the longest streak since January of 2018. Wall Street Journal with a piece about meme stocks and YOLO bets are back and fueling the market's rally. We've got to get that, right? Penske says there's some signs of fraud. What do we think?
I think that the vessel that is carrying the rose-colored glasses thesis is momentum. And that's giving comfort to those that are allocating towards lower quality and high beta. The minute you see a reversal in that vessel, the minute that momentum begins to correct, they're going to lose that comfort. And you're going to see a precipitous correction. I expect that to happen in this quarter. I actually think that's healthy for the overall bull market that we're in.
And not unusual, by the way.
Usual says we're going to correct 12% to about 5,500. That's what in the second half.
Barring a geopolitical shock, I don't think we're going down 12%, but who knows? We could. But we will recover from that. I think the setup into the fourth quarter is a very strong one because, again, I believe, and I think I differ with Steve on this, I don't think there's this permanency to elevated costs related to tariffs. The fact that companies are eating that cost is laying the framework for a bridge for the administration to come up with deals. The nature, the quality of the deals, we'll question that later on. I don't think the deals are going to be so great, but who knows? But that will allow for the opportunity where the inflation doesn't, to your point, the inflation never appears. The inflation never appears. And if the inflation doesn't appear on September 18th or September 17th, rather, you're going to get that rate cut. The market's going to cheer that. It's going to applaud that. And when you move into the fourth quarter, that's going to allow for margin expansion because at that point, corporations will not have that drag of eating the tariff costs.
Now, the other question, what does retail do?
Yeah, I still want the
You could easily make an argument
920 or
the
under.
market held up as well as it did and was as resilient as it was through periods of turbulence and uncertainty, which appear to be endless over the prior 6 months. Retail itself, not in any big wave. Christina Partsinevelos is looking at that now as we close out the first half officially and we make this turn, as I said, to what retail's going to do. What does the data show that you've looked at?
Yeah, retail investors are just coming off their hottest first half on record, pumping more than $155 billion into U.S. stocks and ETFs, and this according to Vanguard Research. That's more than the 2021 meme stock frenzy and even the bear market did buying of 2022. And much of that enthusiasm is really centered around the American exceptionalism rally and names like NVIDIA, Tesla, Palantir, the usual, but index ETFs like SPY and QQQ also top the net inflow list that you're seeing on your screen right here. Individual trading portfolios just really remain skewed towards big technology. But Scott, signs are emerging that the fever might be breaking. New data from JP Morgan shows June retail flows actually slowed sharply, particularly in single stocks. Net buying dropped to just $1 billion a day, half the pace from spring. Sentiment scores slipped into negative territory. Even the once beloved Magnificent Seven are losing steam in the eyes of retail. Allocations have gradually declined, and enthusiasm is cooling, again, according to JP Morgan. Yet, despite this slowdown, short interest in those names just hit an 18-month low. You can see just on the right-hand side of your screen. So the retail may be tired, but they're still not willing to bet against these big tech names.
Stocks, Tesla. Christina was referencing that's now 7% today. Now you have the political party from Musk, and you have this feud again picking up with President Trump. Highly entertaining to some, no doubt. Highly concerning to some Tesla shareholders. That has to be clear at this point. Speaking of, Bryn Talkington joins us now. She is a Tesla shareholder, long-time supporter of the stock and of Elon Musk. And just when you thought you were out, they pull you back in. So what are you thinking now, Bryn?
You know, it's like, I'm actually surprised that people are
How long has it been? 2 days?
because whether it's buying Twitter, going all in on President Trump's election, going scorchers on President Trump.
Oh, okay. So by Tuesday, Wednesday, you don't have it? Let me know. I'll just email my guy.
Now, as it relates to this new party, the American Party, from what I understand, he's going to be supporting
Yeah, that's customer service pretty bad now.
representatives, congressmen, etc., that have his views around fiscal conservatism, etc.
Yeah.
So at this point, I don't think he's going to be spending that much money, being that we just passed this massive bill. So I think today is a little bit of an overreaction, but I do think there's fatigue setting in though. But I think when you have someone that runs 6 companies, very successful, has a great team underneath it, I just think I think today is a little bit of an overreaction, but I do agree it does get a bit frustrating.
William Blair tries to put some numbers around the whole thing. You know, obviously looking at the passage of the bill and what it's going to mean. You know, because of the EV credit, which is, you know, in many respects the match that lit this whole thing. While a $7,500 tax credit is likely to affect demand, the combination of a demand headwind and over $2 billion in profits from regulatory credits at risk may be too much for investors to bear. What about that investor? You, Bryn. You know, these are real numbers behind what is ailing the stock activity today, at least in part.
Well, I think on the tax credit, obviously the tax credit is I think it was 2.4 billion last year that they get from like the carbon credits. But in terms of the set that the
You
consumer
went
credits,
NQ. Yeah.
well, I'm thinking of, and I haven't done the math yet, but I think
Well, at least he made some profit, so that's good.
these cars are made in America. Interest for earners at 100,000 and join at 200,000. If you make a car in America, you're going to get to deduct that interest. So I do think that's going to be somewhat of an offset. And I think with high rates, for people that want to own a Tesla, you're losing the 7,500, but you're going to get that deductibility of interest. So we'll see how that fleshes out. But as I've said many times, Scott, the current fundamentals of the current business are deteriorating. And so I think you want to own this name. I really try to look at it.
So he's up $249.
I'm going to be adding to the position. I'm going to sell the September 320 calls.
Yeah, I got him that.
8 weeks out.
So he's trying to make a payout out of it.
I make 16%. If it doesn't, I earn 7%, or I reduce my cost basis on this.
See that drop?
250, 260 to 350 is where we're going to trade. So I think if I want to enter in a new position, I definitely want to sell calls on it.
Yeah.
Right now, since we're not down at that 250, 260.
And I'm out. Wow. Must be some news. Holy shit. Some news is going on. I ain't fucking going long now. Remember I told you the 3 minutes was overbought? Near overbought? Dang, something happened. Let me check the news feed. That was wild. I don't see anything. Yeah. Eesh. I bet you some people got caught on that. Holy shit. Wow. I might cancel my long. I have long at 88. Oh, fuck. My shit went long. Holy shit. Fuck, my TTT went long. What the hell's going on? I gotta cancel TTT. Have long at 90 too. Oh boy. Okay, I got out of that one. Whew. Gotta make sure all my shit's canceled. This shit is. Holy fuck. What the hell? Dude, that gotta be some news. What the fuck? I got lucky. I got out. Holy shit. Now do I want to touch my eval? Yeah, I want to touch it a little bit. I'm gonna touch my TPT 150K. There we go. Yeah, bot got caught, dude. Bot got wrecked. Yeah.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah.
I think it's the former, not the latter.
Order submitted.
Whoa, what the hell happened?
Order filled. Order submitted.
They're not worried about the technology.
What's lower day? 42?
Order submitted.
The relationship they have with Waymo. I think that people really don't understand how far the technological advantage is for Waymo. Waymo.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, got $30 on that one. On the Pro. Yeah, it's just getting scary now.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order canceled.
Auto sales are going way down. We've moved the incentive with, in terms of tax.
Order canceled.
Nice, nice. Oh, that's a nice back pump. Nice shit. Nice.
Google is, look, we're in the back stretch of this horse race of who's going to win self-driving and driverless.
Fucking bot. Was that news though, right? It gotta be news. That shit was wild. I know a lot of people got burned. Holy shit. Oh, my long got hit. Hell yeah. That's nice. What a pump. We did good on that long. Holy shit. I like this kind of action. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, you did good though. Dude, I was long at 45.
I'm not in a position where I want to sell because of what may be a bumpy short term. This is still a long-term compounder, and why take the tax hit if I believe over time still going to create value?
CrowdStrike, Joe, downgraded today to neutral at Upper Sandler. You personally own that. Let's take a look at that stock on a year-to-date basis. There.
Oh, it's Trump. Tariff began on Japan August 1st, 25%. We already knew that, so that's no reason to drop.
What's interesting about it is
I don't know, just drop again.
I like this chair.
Remember I told you the 15 minutes was bad and it finally hit. Give it time.
Characteristics of each of these companies are very similar, and they're defined by the word.
It might be 833. What's the level on that one? It's still going. No, 784 might be the bottom. Yeah, still got a long way to go. I don't know why, but I want a long. I'm being stupid or something, but I want a long. Yeah.
Order submitted.
Phenomenal on Netflix. In the case of CrowdStrike, nothing is changing about the overall global environment and the need to spend on cybersecurity. Pull up a chart of Fortinet today. You can see the very same pattern. I'll add one stock into this conversation, Spotify. Do it. That is pulling back as well. That
that is something that you want to buy in a correction. Each one of these three stocks, any corrected behavior in the third quarter, you want to buy.
I got to stop you. Let's throw up the S&P 500, please, and we're going to go to Megan Cancel at the White House because we do have some news regarding.
Oh, okay, they're going to the White House. Gotta be some news.
Two letters that he
At
said
least she didn't get caught on a long.
the Prime Minister of Japan and the President of South Korea, informing them both that they will be now charged 25% tariffs beginning on August 1st on all exports that they are sending into the United States. That, of course, will be a tariff that is ultimately paid by the importers.
I think so, because a lot of people always want to like long and shit, and that got wrecked. It was like 100 points. Quick.
Beginning on August 1st. He says this will be separate from any sectoral tariffs that might already be in place or might be coming into place. And this, of course, that is what
It's always Trump, though, fucking everything up.
beginning at noon today to these world leaders. He also says in the letter that if either country decides to retaliate by any amount, he will add that onto the 25% tariff. So it will only increase to match whatever.
And bought my short.
We will have to see how these countries respond. The August 1st enactment date does give a little bit more room to negotiate. And one final thing I'll flag, Scott, is that for South Korea, this is the same reciprocal rate they were initially going to be charged at 25%. For Japan, initially it was 24%. Now it's around 25%. So it's basically kicking back in those reciprocal rates that we first heard about back
Yeah, it's all buffer.
Okay, all right, Megan, thank you for the very latest. Let us know if you have anything else on that. We'll put you right back on. It's Megan Casella on the North Lawn. Maybe that speaks twice to what you're talking about.
It used to be right, just now right so quickly.
Yeah, it took about 27 minutes or so. We'll see if you're wrong in the next 3 or 4. It's likely to happen too. When the minute you start.
It might. I don't know. All the squeeze is turning bearish now, so it might drop.
Yeah, this is the fear. It's not insignificant numbers by any stretch. I mean, you're thinking of, cars, chips, and things like that.
Yeah.
I don't think those stay, but I think the point is the market will get spooked as countries don't come in and agree to tariff rate things. They already said, look, we're not going to see anything until the end of the summer, so that's not new news. He's just anxious to get some wins on the board, and he's going down.
Wow, all the action during lunchtime. This is crazy.
That will spook the market. Yeah, but I just said the money line of what you just said is, quote, I don't think those are going to stay.
No, I don't.
Okay, so why do you stay negative? Why are you going to get negative then?
Stay for a
Watt was short at 86, so it's up a little bit.
Because he's at that point where he has to mean business.
They're economically unsustainable for either party. So they have to, at some point, be relaxed back. The same thing happened May 9th in Geneva with the Chinese.
Yep. Jimmy, you have
Yeah. So see, I got $50-something payout coming with just 2 accounts. I want to go long when it dips again. I want low a day.
All right, so let's take a quick break. We'll keep our eyes out for any more headlines that come out from the White House because the letters were said to start going out at noon Eastern time today. So maybe this is just the first of many salvos coming from the White House on the trade front. We'll watch all of it. Dow's down 470 plus. Pause the day next.
Is about selling sustainable aviation fuel, which is known as SAF, to the aviation sector.
Aviation is under strong pressure to reduce its CO2 emission.
SAF incorporates biogenic waste.
We go back to 950. I'm gonna short. Yeah, if we go up there. Remember that ChatGPT said 975 is when you shoot long. It never got up there.
What does it mean to live rich?
Yeah.
Years navigating market ups and downs will help you move ahead with confidence.
Never miss a moment.
There will be fewer people doing some of the jobs that the technology starts to automate. Look at the other jobs. We're hiring more people in AI.
Dang, I got a pump.
Standing work effort to innovate in the marketplace. In fact, we're on mission to
Yeah.
cord cutting are going to grow on the FOMC, but I just don't think they're going to be able to get consensus by this July meeting.
Today, let's paint with Behr, America's most trusted paint brand.
Wait, we don't have Behr.
Do we need that?
Well, this year's a paint and primer.
It just says ain't.
You bought 8.
Well, with Behr, you can paint a whole room for under $100. How much did you spend?
Like a lot more.
You said you researched this.
All paint's the same.
No, they're not. Don't overpay for your next project. Get Behr quality at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Yeah.
Do some calls of the day. EQT overweight. The initiation comes from Barclays. The price target $65. They say that this company has, quote, desirable combination of downside resilience and upside torque. What do you think? You own it?
Yeah, I do own it. The stock has been pulling back recently. Let me give you a stock just in case we're wrong on this. The stop should be $48. I think the challenge here looking forward for EQT is that they are unhedged in 2026. They've been hedged in 2025. Obviously, that has worked to their advantage. Natural gas prices continue to push lower. That's going to put some downside pressure on the company. It does not eliminate the premise that this is a quality company and a great way to get exposure to natural gas. It's been that way for the last 3 to 4 years. But let's risk manage the position rather, and understand the potential looking forward is that natural gas prices don't recover. That will affect the stock.
All right. Take a look at Wynn Resorts. Initiated. Jimmy couldn't. I was going to put this first, but I didn't want to get Jim too excited too quick. Buy 122 at Goldman. It's a new 52-week high.
Well,
It continues to prove you wrong, Joe. This stock does.
There's good momentum in the name. I mean, Joe T, I don't know. I think in the rebalance we should be looking at it, but there's reason for the stock.
We should be looking at it.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
You had nothing to go with Joe T.
Boy, you guys are quick.
Do you think if it qualified that he would put it in?
I think he's going to find the technicality to keep it out.
No.
I think there's a king of dinosaurs in the desert. But people are going to the desert. It's fun.
I think he would do you wrong. I do. We're going to find out.
The rules are the rules, Jerry.
We're going to find out.
Okay, but to be serious, something that I've said, Contention Brewer has said quite often, and now Goldman is pointing out, is that in the very beginning of 2027, the Wynn Al Marjan Resort will open in Dubai. I know 2027, it's the very beginning, so a year and a half away. The stock market's going to start anticipating that. That is definitely not in the price of the shares. I like Wynn here. Let me ask you a question. Last week alone,
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm still waiting.
Macau revenue was increasing significantly. However, the evidence is showing that the reason for that was because you saw a tremendous amount of increase in traffic and visitors for the entertainment, not for the gambling. Yeah.
Oh, so that dump was stupid just to kill some. Man, I still want to short though. I might short. I might get sized down and just short this one. 2 contracts only. 913 is my short. I'll get out 910 something or 912, 906.
This is about far more than Macau. But for the last couple of years, maybe 3 years, the stock has only moved on Macau. Your Honor, man, that's momentum. Your Honor, man. Okay, so if in fact it is about Las Vegas.
Yeah, we should have kept all along.
The line producer take me out of the courtroom in a minute. Okay,
so if it is about some fundamental dynamic in Vegas, or I see it more idiosyncratic, Caesars win. Congratulations to you and Stephanie Lick, by the way. It's not about Vegas because MGM would be sitting in the belt. I will give you, there's been a lot of head fakes, and I'm wondering if this is one too. I'm sticking with it because within Las Vegas, this is the premier property. It is. I don't think you put it up against MGM from a quality point of view. If you,
Cat out.
you don't just saying, people who know the industry are saying this.
Yeah, I short at 913. I'm up $300 on that trade day. I want to short again.
FEMA and the National Weather Service did not affect the late warnings of flash flooding in Kirk County, Texas over the holiday weekend. The senator's comments come as local officials insisted no one saw the flood potential coming, despite the National Weather Service sending out a series of flash flood warnings overnight on Friday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told President Trump that he would replace
Oh, damn, that pump. Whew. I'm short at 916. Holy shit. Yeah, I still think it's gonna dump. Yeah. Let's see. Cancel these long, so I'm gonna forget.
Vaccination status was unknown. Scott, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Savannah, thank you, Savannah. Now, up next, your ETF edge on navigating bond market volatility. Halftime's back after this. This is Jess, Peloton instructor, educator,
There you go.
game changer. She needs her money to work as hard as she does. That's why she uses U.S. Bank Smartly Checking and Savings, which does exactly that, helping her track her spending and grow her money. Together, we'll achieve more than any of us could alone. You got this, Jess.
We got this.
That's the power of Jess, and this is the power of us.
Bank is proud to partner with Wimbledon.
Yeah, we should have held long. We had a short of the day.
Because business center corner. The right partner can give you the order filled.
Yep, I'm out.
Order submitted.
Just stop. But, man, I still want to get more.
Companies like Voyager don't just adapt to change. They create it. Innovation, space, defense, national security is great. Our mission is you.
We're teaming up with Samsung to give you
See, that short was good.
wireless.
Got out too early.
S25 Galaxy AI $30 a month. Your friends will be green and happy. And those little green bubbles? No issue anymore. Being green, the promise liar.
Custom takes care of everything we need, so we focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wear all of your groups with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customlink.com.
What's the worst phone call an exec can get?
Niche. Right now, we are completely offline and there isn't an incident.
How are you going to recover from that? What if you could instantly rewind back to before the
Yeah.
attack?
I mean, we're still red.
So you can be a continuous business.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amounts for that over investment, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Which American states are driving?
Oh shoot, I'm still trying. I need to end the stream.
America's top states for business is back. Which state will take the honors this year? The list revealed Thursday and streaming on CNBC Plus.